Oops, wrong one. Hey y'all, this is Ishnai Ciarfox, and welcome to my stream. And of course the lips movements aren't working suddenly, even though I thought that I had them working. So as the stream name says, since it's becoming commonplace, I'm gonna make really quick. Oh, I'm echoing. I'm taking this from one of the preset models, and I'm gonna make it my own. But what I need to do is first make it black and white. Well, actually, I first want to resave it to something else. But yeah, I'm taking this from... Hey, Anna! So I decided, since I'm going to be doing a lot of art ones, that I'm just going to make an art character for it. Well, art avatar. So we're going to take a break from doing the other avatar to do this one, which shouldn't take long because I'm stealing/borrowing one of the pre-mades that shows up with the program of Vroid anyways, so. But I'm gonna recolor it and maybe add some stuff to it. And hi, Emota. You want pets? You got pets? Good kitty. So how are you doing today, Anna? Oh, thank you for lurking, which reminds me, I do need to put on music. Nice! I'm gonna have to work 2 hours later than my normal work schedule for the next week. It went well. It's a bit too loud. They won't tell us. Say, it's just recently they've had us do voluntary time off, and then suddenly we're all jumping to working extra. It's just confusing. Alright. Gonna duplicate this just for safety reasons in case I do something wrong. And what I'm gonna do is... Yeah, I love that, but, hi, cat? No. I don't want it to be green, yeah, true. Of course, I need to remember how to... Tiny bit of here. Oh, hey, TJ! Thank you for the bits! I'm making an art outfit for my avatar so that when I do these art sections, it can be its own outfit. So how are you doing? I'm doing okay for today, except I found out all next week I'm working 2 extra hours. Which is no fun. So, I might be a bit too tired to do much streaming, and I'll have to get up. The way they've got it set up is I have to come an hour earlier, and I have to stay an hour later. So, I can't do streams as late as I was before, at least for next week. Which sucks. But tonight's a night off, so I don't want to think about next week. It's a bit dark. Yeah, it is. I do get paid and it's time and a half, which is nice, but I hate humans and I can't stand to be at work that long. Okay, I don't hate all humans, it's just usually I hate the customers. If I get this quickly done, I'll move back over to the AFK outfit, but I just really want... Oh, I'm the sweetest thing to customers. Like yesterday, I had 2 different people curse me out and I didn't yell at them back. It was nothing that I could do to help them, by the way. It's a stupid insurance company. I also apparently spend too much time on each customer, which I get in trouble with, because I want to make sure they're fully satisfied. But we have a time limit. So I'm getting in trouble on both ends of things. Yeah. Say, we have no control over the fact that the... Oh, and you know what today ended with? A customer I stayed on with an hour trying to figure out why, trying to help this customer. An hour. At least 30 minutes after my shift, staying on trying to help him. Because it wasn't even my fucking department, but he kept being sent to my department by the lazy ass people at Specialty. So I tried my hardest on my end to help him. And when I finally exhausted all my resources trying to help him on our end, because I was reading through his policy rules and whether the manufacturer card could be being applied, and when I would run the medicine on my end of things, it would cost just $70, but when it was run on the specialty side of things, they had it at 1,400 something. And it was also purely the deductible, but up until that point, he was just paying $70, and his policy is outlined with just paying $70. So I had to go through, and what I figured out was most likely the insurance, the specialty pharmacy, by the looks of it, after having to basically dig through financial stuff, because it wouldn't tell me outright about some of the stuff because I'm not specialty department. So I had to go through settlement coding to see what was wrong on that end. And of course, I don't know all the settlement codes, so I had to have like a workbook open while I was looking through it. To what the final conclusion I came to was they weren't applying the manufacturer's discount card, even though they were supposed to. And so basically when I went to transfer, since he kept on having any problems anyways with the specialty pharmacy, I said, okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna follow you over to the specialty pharmacy, and I'm going to straight up request for a senior team for you so that they listen to me. And the girl I got on specialty pharmacy was absolutely rude to me, and I'm a fellow employee. And like when I said immediately that he has escalated and he wants to talk to a senior member, she snarkily said, as I gave her a description of what's happening, she said, "That's not worth escalation." And I'm like sitting here going, he specifically asked for senior team leaders. And that's what you call an escalation, if he specifically asks for a senior team member. Or a supervisor. It's just... And I was the only person that apparently gave him the fucking time of day to try and sort this out for him. It was just... And of course I got in trouble with being on a customer for an hour long. It was just, I wasn't gonna win with that. Sorry, I'm ranting. I mean, it pissed me off in the first place that this is much needed medicine for him. In other words, since I think he has, he's pre-diabetic or something about that medication is keeping him from the circulation in his fingers. Oh, I'm revealing too much. I'm really revealing too much confidentiality for it. But it was just something this guy really needed. Actually, more or less the insurance company itself. I'm not as mad with other employees or the boss as much as I'm mad at the insurance companies for putting their poor customers through this. As one of the ones that screamed at me yesterday is, why the fuck do I pay you if you're not going to pay for my medicine? Have I told you the story of I heard from one of the other employees that I was absolutely heartbroken about hearing? Or have I told you about that? Another employee told me that she received a call from an absolutely distressed mother because her son shot himself because we refused and rejected his medication. It's a death industry, and it's disheartening. And it hurts because you know you can't do anything about it. It's just absolutely sad. And yes, I know I can use a magic tool to do what I did earlier about getting them erased in places, but I want to keep the detail close so that tell me about it. I mean, it kind of ruined me for the rest of the day, and cats are fighting. And it wasn't even a call that I took. It wasn't even a call I took. I'm probably going to put some paint stains on here, you know, since it's going to be my art avatar. But yeah, I am taking this already used. It was one of the pre-mades, so it's not like I'm stealing from something that wasn't already open source. You know, when I picked this lo-fi, I was hoping that it had nothing to do with anything. Apparently it does the hey listen part. mainly because, how can I put it? Say, I want something unique for every game. As much as I like to say that, I probably will not make something unique for every game. Even though I have a cyberpunk one that I've kind of been looking into doing on the side, but I have a lot of games in my backlog. But some of them are nice enough that I can reuse, such as the Witcher one. All I have to do is pull off the necklace, and it can be used for any medieval game. But I have hundreds of games. Yeah, I don't quite like that red. I don't like that green is an accent. I'm gonna grab these two and put in their own palette. I have to do it through two layers. That's what I was afraid of. Oh well. Dun, dun, dun. That's a bit too much. You know what I kind of am still in a mood for is musicals. Oh, this is just when I'm gonna do art. This will be the outfit for when I do art. Kill a Mockingbird. Sorry, that was a line from Kill a Mockingbird, and I'm a nerd for knowing that. Been pretty busy for you as well? thank you for the bits again. Just do it this way. Let's say, should I put on? I mean, the only musical that I think I know of that I can kind of get away with on here's an old one. Okay. Have a good night, TJ. Um, um, I want to find a. Yeah, I'm gonna go for more rockin' sounds. Just hope it doesn't get too loud. Tell me if it does get too loud. Aye. coloration I'm gonna do, actually, now that I think about it. A peacock. So I might need to change around this color here, but it'll be fine. I think we're gonna see most of it, but oh, thanks for the raid. So what were you playing tonight? Hi, hi. Actually, I have to go with Mardi Gras colors. Minecraft. Say, I can understand that. Okay. Thank you for the raid again. If I'm gonna change the coloring, I should do it now. Because I thought of Mardi Gras colors when I saw that. Still gonna use that blue, I'm just gonna use it in a different location, even though it's technically not a Mardi Gras color. And I don't know why my webcam is not recognizing me moving or speaking my lips. 1 second, let's see what's going on with Lappet. It's fine. see. Looks about right for a Mardi Gras color. I'm gonna mix some other colors in with it, not just Mardi Gras colors. Because I really like that blue, I'm gonna add that in there. Let's see what other color I can... I don't want red. What other Mardi Gras colors there can be. Of course, white can be the other one. Yeah, we'll do white. The reason why I'm not adding pink is I'm actually not quite as much of a fan of pink as other people might be. That might work as one last color. Now that I think about it, I don't know why I'm carefully erasing around there when most of what... I'm gonna grab this down. Well, I kind of bitched about it a bit earlier. Just same old, same old. Just ended up dealing with another group, another department's not stepping up and doing something, and me stepping up and doing something even though I didn't have the power to do it. Oh, and you know what we found out today? We're gonna be working 2 hours earlier and, well, 1 hour earlier and 1 hour later all next week. So, yay. But I guess there's always going to be something going wrong at work, so... But I have tomorrow and the next day off. Yeah, I was right to do that. Oh, did you see the message I left for you in your Discord? The one about Fatal Frame? Hey, Emotep. I know you want attention, Emotep, but no. Baby doll. Well, have you been drinking enough water? True, and I should probably get a bottle of water. I haven't really drank much anything today. I just thought of something. Why did I do that? There we go. It occurred to me I needed to keep it gray with what I'm doing. I just don't know why I thought about erasing that. Say, I am definitely out of it. Bum, bum. I'm betting there's about 1,000 ways easier than this. But I don't know of any, so this is what we're doing. Okay, thank you, Bojo. I want to listen to musicals, but I want to get copyright striked. Yeah, that's... I'm going with artists. And I didn't fully make this model, I'm just recoloring it. Is one of the pre-made models that comes with Vroid, the thing I use for my avatars. Well, to create my avatar. So, I guess it's kind of cheating. But I didn't want to put too much effort as much as I was going to go with effort on the other one, since this is just going to be an art one. You know? So how are you doing today, Token? I'm gonna add bits and pieces to make it more interesting and unique than this. Gonna go with Mardi Gras coloring. At first I thought peacock, and then I said, nah, let's go with Mardi Gras. You know, make it out there since it's... But since I've been doing so many art ones, I figured I might as well make an art avatar to use. Messed up there. Another busy day at work. Goodness. How did your physical go? Might have to do a, because how dark those stitches are, I might have to reverse out the coloring to white on them. Oh, goodness, that's not good. kind of pushing it. Oi. That seems like a set. Goodness. Well, thankfully they caught some of it early. Hey, Token. Are you at work currently? Yeah. I can understand why that would have accelerated it. But like I said, at least they caught it early, but still, I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh, say, you're at work right now by the sound of it. So you're still rather busy right now? The reason why I bring that up is we never finished the thing with Sideways. And I was wondering if you were free enough to be able to listen in or no. Well, I don't have work tomorrow, so... But I do need to be at a reasonable time in bed for the fact that I have a doctor's appointment at 11, but that doesn't mean I can't be up a bit later. Than normal. Okay. Okay, thanks. And I'll see you in a bit. I'm probably gonna run get some water in about a minute or so. Hi, Emotep. You want pets? buddy. I love when playlists say that there's no singing in it and there's singing in it. I mean, I know this isn't exactly singing, but I'm afraid to get up now that emo temp is settled. But I'm really thirsty. Damn it. Cat, I love you. Why do I rearrange my life around you? Why? But yeah, Madi color Shimata. Okay. Let's get real close in now. Keep forgetting to take up my pin. Ah! So get all the way across and mess up at the very end, and I have to redo it again. Woohoo me! Like there again. I think I'd remember. Ba, 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 ba. But, okay. I guess I need to figure out something to talk about, don't I? So I sound like I'm talking to myself? Ah, yay. Crazy Ishi is at it again. Bum. And I do it again. One game I've been actually getting back into since I've been watching Kat play Final Fantasy 15 is going back into Final Fantasy 15. And of course, Square Enix took out the Avatara ability, so I figured out through modding to actually bring back the Avatara thing, so I have my Crown's Guard back in the game to play as Noctis. Messed up there. So I'm wondering if I want to do a playthrough entirely as the Avatar thing, but I think it's absolutely stupid that I can understand shutting down servers for a game, but something like the Avatar system shouldn't be tied to online. Just shouldn't. And by the way, I was playing Final Fantasy 15 when it first came out on PC, and one of the things I noticed as soon as the multiplayer came out for it, you know, where the Crown's Kingsglaive people are, is even then I could barely find anybody to run with then. The most I saw people with were seeing their avatars as those ghostly things that appear near you. Still messed up there. I think of all the times that I've tried to apply for a mission with people on the Kingsglaive side of things, I don't remember, Comrades I think was the one, I only ever got one once. So it was dead before it began, so I can understand them shutting that one down, but the avatar system people really liked. I really liked, because it felt like I was a part of the group, because you know, me and my lonely ass self. But then they took it out, but then nice modders made it so that we could put it back in, which is once again so nice. Anyways, other things to talk about. Let me think. I don't know, trivia facts? No. Of course, when I need to think of trivia facts, they don't particularly show up in my brain. Because who needs to be put on the spot? I do! Yay! Should probably remember to think up things to talk about before doing an art stream. Oh my goodness. But there. The top part is the clear part that I want to make sure is correct. So, because as you can see on my avatar, which still is being opinionated on whether it's working or not. Are we having problems, Lobbit? I'm at the right distance for it. As you can hear my squeaky chair. Squeaky squeak. Squeak squeak. Squeak squeakity squeak squeakity. You know what would be awesome in a Kingdom Hearts game? Just a bit of a randomness. Emperor's New Groove. Why haven't they done it yet? Why? Bet it would be 1,000 times better than Arendelle. Actually, scratch that. Most anything would be better than Arendelle. See, I'm probably never gonna stream Kingdom Hearts 3 with the expectations of putting it back on YouTube because Twitch muted nearly half of all the episodes that I had, and when I tried to appeal it, they denied it. So I'm gonna do the stupidest of stuff, knowing that it won't be kept and saved on YouTube if I ever do it again. That's the plan. Because who needs to keep it? Who needs to remember that? No, never. Hold it against me 3 years later. Never. Tried to throw Donald off a cliff. Never. Tell how much I love Donald. Of course not. Think of things to say. The weather's been nice. The air conditioning fixing guy, however, has not shown up even for 3 days, even though he said that he was going to show up on Sunday. No, Monday. Sunday and Saturday it was raining, so he couldn't come out and fix the air conditioning. So there's only one air conditioner, and it's one that we bought and set up for this room only, since I work in this room. And I need to not pass out while I'm doing calls. Oh, you're kidding. I want to pass out while doing calls. Come on. Save me from my job. Oh, just realized the music has stopped. Ah, that's why it's so quiet. Distractions. I don't know what to make of this song. Yeah, I see that brown along the edges where it didn't fully whiten. I'll get it in a bit. You know, talk about being distracted. I said I was gonna get a water about 30 minutes ago. Yay for distractions! Oh, right. The reason why I didn't want to move is because I didn't want to bother the cat who finally got comfortable. Isn't that right, Emotab? Blank stare. Good. Pets for cute. Pets for cute. Yep. You don't have to get up. I'll pet you laying down, cat. Pet you just fine laying down. I'm gonna go get that water now, cat. Are you going to get up since I got up? I will be right back, y'all. I have fizzy water instead. Ba, 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 ba. Things to talk about. Things to talk about that aren't political. How about that hashtag line? Hey, Nubis. Felt like taking Emotep's spot? Ba, 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 ba. Nubis. You're gonna try and go after my pin, aren't you? I'll distract you with pets. No chasing my pen right now. No laying in my lap either. I love you, but no cat. No. Now you're gonna try and lay on the tablet? Is that how this works? Okay, move up. Move up. No. Cat! I love you, but move. You get all the pets when I'm not streaming. Okay. I promise. By the way, he likes to sneak in my room while I'm supposed to be working at work and lays on my hands so I can't type on the keyboard. Because he knows how to open. As much as I shut the door to the office, he knows how to open it. So, and the lock doesn't work particularly well on it. Sorry, I had to talk to somebody. Ba-ba-ba-bum. What else to talk about? Nerdy stuff to talk about, nerdy stuff to talk about, nerdy stuff. Oh! Did anybody else not watch the E3 announcement? I just went to gaming news sites to find out what happened and what was spoken about. The Breath of the Wild 2 looks awesome. Say what I'm excited about is the fact that Fatal Frame 5 is at least coming to newer consoles rather than the Wii U, which meant that it was stuck in obscurity. Though, mind you, I know that Fatal Frame 5 is not the best Fatal Frame, so nobody come at me about that. Arguably, my favorite one is actually 4, which will never come to the West. Sadly. I know a lot of people like 2, and 2 is pretty good. And I say this without being able to play, haven't played any of them, I will admit that. But I've, watched other people play. My favorite, Gab Smulders now. She used to be called Gamer Girl Gab. And I watched her when she first did the translated run of Fatal Frame 4, so I've been a fan of her for a while. And she also did the translated, before it came over to the West, she did a translation run of 5 as well, which was nice. She's currently going out with Jacksepticeye? Yeah. That's the Gab I'm talking about. But say my love of Fatal Frame is kind of the story, the lore within it, but also the small fact that you can't run away from your fears. You actually have to look at the monster in the face and take a picture of it at the right time while it's attacking you and not freak the fuck out. Which I'm not saying I don't. I wouldn't. But I do have my PlayStation 4, which is one of the ones that it is coming on. And oh! Nearly jumped out of my skin. Hey, smile! How are you doing? Hi! How is Kingdom Hearts going tonight? Hi, bye. I can understand that. Say, especially since y'all have a little one to try and stay up. You amaze me how long you do stay up. Hate the Tarzan area. You still in the Tarzan area, or were you able to finish it? You left? It's no end. I can understand why. Say, and it never appears in any other Kingdom Hearts. That's because they lost the copyright to it, if I remember correctly. Something something copyright. You don't need to hyper focus on anything before bed. I can understand that. So you just need to sit back and relax. So, how was your day overall? Saw people napped. Yeah. Best kinds of days is when you can lay down and nap. Trying to think of a conversation again to talk about. Nah. I really should think up conversational topics to talk about if I'm going to do art during the stream. How much do you know about Union Cross? Kingdom Hearts Union Cross, smile. You found a pattern? For netting? What type of pattern was it? Is it cute and fluffy? For the little floating heads? Nice. Gonna make a bunch of those, I'm guessing. Screwed up. At the very end, I need to learn to stop doing so long of strokes. Like I've been complaining all the time during this. Hey, Smiles! How much are you up for trying to get Cat to play a... Let's see the big really fast. Let's see what it is. Okay. This is gonna be my art outfit since I've been doing so many art streams. Mind you, I took the original base of it from one of the pre-mades that Vroid has, so that I can take it and make it my own, because I'm gonna add other little things to it. And the colors are going to be Mardi Gras colors. Because I'm a nerd, and that's what I decided. Well, for the most part, Mardi Gras colors, but I'm going to add a few more colors to the mix, too. Give it its uniqueness. Also, what I was gonna ask is, do you want to try and get Kat to play a horror game where she can't look away from the monsters and she actually has to look straight at them? It isn't out yet, but it's supposed to be coming. Say they didn't give it a release date for it, but let me go ahead and show you which game they're gonna be doing for it. Say they're porting it over from what used to be the Wii. It is the photo one. Yes, it's the Fatal Frame one. Let me go ahead. And pull up so that you can have you seen the Fatal Frame for 5 or no? Oh, they just released one for PS5, PS4 trailer. So it's a new trailer. Let's see on that. We can look at both versions of it. Why don't we show the Wii U one first? Oh, come on. I was looking for English subtitles. Yeah, this is the trailer. Okay, it was just making sure. It will also be on the Switch, I think. I want to check. I'm gonna look at the announcement page that I saw it on. After we finish watching this, of course. Couldn't find an English one. If I remember... Mount Yankama, that's the mountain. It'll be the first Fatal Frame that I've played. If I played on the PlayStation 4. If you don't count the spirit camera that was on the DS. Yes. I think that was Fatal Frame 2. But Fatal Frame 2 has been remastered a bunch. And of course, the one that I really like is Fatal Frame 4, but it will never have an English release. Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the water. That was for the Wii. Now let's see what they have for the... Oh god, it's loud!
You cannot leave the mountain.
Have it loud for me. Was it loud for you? Sorry.
Mountain.
A little bit.
Zero シリーズ20周年。マルチプラットフォームで蘇る和風ホラーの金字塔。人には見えないものが見える小塚田有利は神隠しにあった人たちの影を追ってかつて霊場として崇められた氷上山へ足を踏み入れる。次々に襲い来る霊に対抗できる唯一の手段はありえないものを映すカメラ遮影機。死の山、幽魂、神隠し。3人の主人公はそれぞれの思いを胸に氷上山に秘められた儀式の謎に迫っていく。
Hint, as all Fatal Flames ones are, it ends with a female sacrifice. In the sense of what is the cause of it is some female ritual sacrifice gone wrong. And they don't hide that fact. They don't hide that fact, so it's not like I'm revealing spoilers on that. Let's get back to this. Let's get back with the music. But I can't wait. I'm so excited. Of course, I'll need to get everything set back up for my PS4. I had to steal a few things when random things stopped working. I think I stole the HDMI cord from them, so I need to buy a new one. Alright. Night. Sleep well, and thank you for the raid. Mm-hmm. Bum bum. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum, bum. I'm surprised I've stayed so patient on just this color erasure thing. If I don't want to jump to a different color soon. In the sense of, since I already have a certain amount of these. Actually, this is the only one that I have. No, I have those up there. Erase tour. That's probably going to be a darker purple. Why don't I go ahead? Add a boredom and just get this after I stretch out a bit. Of course, this would be a oops. Hit. No, of course, erase those that I've overlapped with. Um, topics to talk about. Why is the sky blue? Joking, joking. It's just something we used to do in improv as a joke. When you play the question game where you always had to ask a question. And respond with a question. Say, when you couldn't think of anything else to say, you'd ask, why is the sky blue? Just jokingly knowing that you've lost. I sucked at that game, by the way. I'm not very good at thinking on my feet. But it was always amazing to see other people do it. Makes me kind of miss whose line is it anyways. Why do these all seem to have the same beat? Or is that just me? Not, well, beat, I guess, or rhythm. Who knows? Sorry, I needed a drink. I needed to not swallow it wrong. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to do a reverse. Reverse out the dark color. If I'm gonna do that. Why did I do that? No. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. No, it's okay. Nothing much, except I showed her a trailer for the Fatal Frame. That's what I was thinking. Oh, it wasn't an honest trailer. It was just a regular trailer for the new Fatal Frame game. But I can show you the Fatal Frame one. Or are we talking about say the sideways thing? Honest reviews. Oh, got it. Do you remember where we were? I think we were around Dumbo and stuff. No, it's okay.
So we might as well cover all of these new songs that they're adding to these new films. So let's go back to Ashman and Menken. So when they worked out these songs, each song had to have a specific purpose. It had to tie into the work as a whole for a very specific reason. These musical numbers were concentrated emotional representations of characters' deep motivations and feelings, what they wanted, why they wanted it, and what was going to happen. The key story beats and moments all happened during these songs. Having said that, the powers that be decided to make these films like an extra half an hour longer than the originals for basically no reason.
Can you hear it fine?
It's cold, okay. And it's dark in that land.
Up a bit.
Seth Rogen out to dry right here.
Ain't no passing craze.
Like, really? We're not going to get another take of that? Okay.
I took it back some too far. Sorry.
Beyonce's Spirit. So we might as well cover all of these new songs that they're adding to these new films. So let's go back to Ashman and Menken. So when they worked out these songs, each song had to have a specific purpose. It had to tie into the work as a whole for a very specific reason. These musical numbers were concentrated emotional representations of characters' deep motivations and feelings, what they wanted, why they wanted it, and what was going to happen. The key story beats and moments all happened during these songs. Having said that, the powers that be decided to make these films like an extra half an hour longer than the originals for basically no reason.
It's cold and it's dark in that lamp. But I prefer it to this.
Which, can we just stop right here and acknowledge that if George Lucas had decided to add an extra half an hour to the original Star Wars instead of just changing who shot first, we'd still be listening to other neckbeards lose their minds on YouTube. But when you look at Disney's first tries at these live-action remakes, like Dumbo and The Jungle Book, they ended up cutting out almost all of the music. In The Jungle Book, they cut out everything except for Trust in Me, The Bare Necessities, and I Want to Be Like You. And they cut everything out of Dumbo except for a weird version of Baby Mine, but don't you worry, we're gonna get to that. And honestly, you kind of understand why they cut out the other numbers. Gonna throw out a yikes for that. But when you watch those films, the singing kind of stands out because they don't really come off as musicals given how little screen time is spent on singing. Like, even though Danny Elfman referenced the numbers in the score,
Casey Jr. comes down the track.
the only one they really kept in earnest was this mutant form of Baby Mine. But when it comes to these three films, you can see how they'd want to add an extra number or two just in order to maintain that musical momentum. Having said that, as soon as you start adding musical numbers, you're throwing off the delicate balance of what characters get to sing about what and when. So whether you really like the songs or feel like they're really necessary in the story or not, they're there. But I honestly just can't figure out why they'd go through the trouble of writing brand new songs instead of just relying on the music that had already been proven to be successful on the big stage. Each of these films have successful stage adaptations. I don't know why they go through all the trouble of reinventing the wheel. One of my patrons, QPlayer, actually had a suggestion that was really interesting, in that they were asking about how often a studio will artificially add a song to a musical just so they can chase the Academy Award for Best Original Song. Which, if that was the case for these films, then that would be really sad because not a single one has been nominated for Best Original Song. And Menken has been nominated for over a dozen Best Original Songs and has won 4 of them, which include the original Little Mermaid, Beauty and the Beast, and Aladdin. Even Elton John won Best Original Song for Can You Feel the Love Tonight, which really just drives more nails into the coffin. But yet again, Disney
Can you hear it better now?
threw their
I turned it
talent
up a
under
bit
the
more.
bus here. Listen to Beyonce's performance. Do you hear what's wrong with it? Me neither. It's great. I like it. The problem is, who's singing it? We don't ever see Nala, the character, singing. It's Beyonce singing over a montage of Simba returning back to the Pride Lands, which is such a slap in the face for Beyonce. Like, look at it by the numbers. Disney's been adding songs for the romantic interests. See, originally, each of these films have an I Want song for their main character. The opening, titled Belle, for Belle, One Jump Ahead for Aladdin, and I Just Can't Wait to Be King for Simba. Then, in the originals, we have a duet with the love interest, something there that wasn't there before for Belle and Beast, A Whole New World for Aladdin and Jasmine, and Can You Feel the Love Tonight for Simba and Nala. And that's where it stopped. In the originals, the love interests never had their own musical number. They never had a Megara moment where they got to sit down and express themselves, and these live-action remakes try to address that. Beast gets Evermore, Jasmine gets Speechless, and Nala gets nothing. You got Beyonce to voice Nala, and you didn't give her a solo number for no reason whatsoever. I know that a lot of people are going to say that Nala's song is this spirit song, but the truth is, it's Beyonce singing, not Nala. And that doesn't even begin to address how much of a diegesis problem this is. In my Tarzan video, I basically complained for 20 minutes straight about having music sung to the audience is not the same as having the characters sing a song. Having Beyonce sing over a montage does nothing to tell us anything new about Nala. We're just being narrated information. It's just like this bizarre new Baby Mine scene in the new Dumbo. It's not Dumbo's mother singing to her child, it's some carny in the background singing to, like, herself. It honestly gives this whole scene a super dark tone. But I cited the original Baby Mine as a great example of what they should have done in Tarzan, and I guess now this. And to top it all off, the cherry on this nightmare cake, Ashman explicitly talked about how and why animation was such a good move for musicals.
There's a big, big problem with music and film. In live action, music and live action film. The only truth I know about it is it usually doesn't work. Music may have more license in the animated film in the same way that it does in the theater, simply because the level of reality is different. There's no game being played by a theater audience. We know that's happening right in front of us, and it's painted scenery and it's not real. When we go to the movies, it's a real street, or it looks a lot more like a real street. And we pretend it may be really happening.
The abstract representation of a cartoon makes it easier to suspend your disbelief. You can believe a crab is singing because crabs don't even talk. But if you're going to go for as lifelike as possible and then you have them sing, it works in the absolute opposite direction. It makes it even harder to suspend your disbelief and get into the emotional message of the story and the songs. But the thing is that for all the complaining that I do, for all the complaining anyone does, these films are making record-setting amounts of money. Just ludicrous amounts of money. What makes these films work? Pout Cat Mulan. At the time of making this video, the live-action Mulan has not been released, not even the soundtrack. I haven't heard it, which makes you wonder, how could I talk about the movie and the music if I haven't seen or heard it? Well, honestly, in the time and place where I am right now, I feel like I'm actually perfectly poised to kind of highlight why I think these films are doing so well. Now, when the trailer for this film first dropped, it caused a commotion. There were two camps. One group said that they were upset that there wasn't going to be any singing and that there wasn't going to be any Mushu and that overall the film seemed to be much more serious. On the other hand, there were a massive number of people commending Disney for finally making a film with accurate and healthy Asian representation. They were happy that there weren't any show tunes, and they were happy that there wasn't going to be a cartoon Eddie Murphy dragon. Now, here's the thing.
They just added a cartoon Phoenix.
Is not good representation. That's not my place. But in all the discourse that I hunted through, in all the hashtags and all the Twitter arguments that I went through, not once did I hear or see a single person talk about the music in the trailer. Listen, here's the first trailer that they released.
Yes, I will bring honor to us all.
That's Reflection! Now listen to the second trailer they released. That's also Reflection. For everyone talking about how great the representation was and how great it would be to have a traditional Chinese folktale come to life with no show tunes, no one even tried to address the fact that they were still using the tunes from the '98 animated film to sell this new one. Show tunes that I might add that were written by two white guys. For everyone talking about how great it was that there was all this representation, nobody seemed to be aware of the fact that the guy composing the score for this new film looks like this. And I'm gonna be really honest here. I absolutely love Harry Gregson Williams, and I'm not just saying that to soften the blow or act like a fence sitter. I genuinely love what he did with Shrek so much that I made a video about it. This guy genuinely does some amazing work. And I'm kind of happy that I'm making this video when I am, because in the off chance that people make it to this point in the video without getting bored and clicking away, I wouldn't want everyone going after him and costing him his job. I really am sincerely interested in what he's gonna do. Kinda in the same way you might get interested in watching a video of a kitten cross a highway, because this dude has one tough job ahead of him. But now that we're a month out of the film being released, I gotta ask, why aren't we talking about the music? Because here's the thing, no matter where you're coming from, the fact of the matter is this. Howard Ashman and Alan Menken started the Disney Renaissance by making animated musicals. That's just how it goes. The music isn't a component of the success for these films. It's what made these films successful. It's what brought the Walt Disney Company back from the grave. And the first film that came out after the Renaissance ended was The Emperor's New Groove, which opened with a quasi-musical number followed by an hour of no singing. The music is what made these films so great. The music is why people like Disney movies. And when it comes to the remakes, it doesn't really matter what they do so long as they make sure to include something that resembles the songs that you know and love. They know they're never going to be able to compete with, let alone beat the songs from your childhood. They kept Robin Williams' version of Friend Like Me, even though they didn't have Robin Williams, and that film grossed $1 billion, which is exactly how much the Lion King stage musical had made in its first 20 years. When I asked my Twitter why these films were doing so well, they all said the same two things: nostalgia and families. Parents who grew up with these films are now taking their kids to see it. But the kids being exposed to these films are watching a cruel charade. Half the time, the only way to get the joke is by having already seen the animated version.
Every time that I farted, are you gonna stop me?
No, I'm not. You disgust me.
And really, think about it. When I ask you about your favorite part of The Lion King, do you think of this or this? When I ask you about the magic carpet ride, what's the first image that comes to your head? When you hum Be Our Guest, are you thinking of this? Or are you singing along with Obi-Wan Kenobi pulling a French accent, which, strangely enough, he didn't do in Moulin Rouge? In the music alone, it just constantly feels like we're hearing an imitation instead of an innovation, a reference to something we all know and love. The painful truth is that people will spend their money and enjoy these films because they remind them of something good. Thanks for watching, and I'd like to thank my patrons for making these videos possible, with an extra special thank you to Alec Kolakowski, Alex Klinkert, Clara Tan, Hayden Elza, Jacob Salas, Jordan Adams, Kate J, Myron John Tatarin, Noah Gray, Praylock, Rafael Martinez Salas, and Who Am I? I also like to thank QPlayer for their great observation. If you like what you saw here, be sure to subscribe and check out my other videos. Follow me on Twitter and Twitch to have your musical questions answered live, and if you really like what I'm doing, then consider supporting the channel on Patreon. But that's all I got for now. Thanks for watching. Ow, my ears! Pal. I like it, dude. This is the dumbest joke I've ever made.
Okay, let's see what... Have you ever watched, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse? You'd still, I think you'd find it's a really good movie, by the way. But I think you'd still find the making of the Sound of Spider, well, not the making of, but just behind the Sound of the Spider-Verse.
When you think about Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, it's difficult to imagine this film without this particular scene.
Let me go ahead and show the scene so you can see it. So that you know which scene they're talking about.
Without this particular scene.
Like, what's up, danger?
In a way, it is this movie's entire identity. It has our hero making a name for himself, which in turn is a reintroduction of a character that had historically played second seat to Peter Parker. And on top of that, it's a fantastic demonstration of the award-winning animation that permeates into the fabric of this film. But what is it about this scene that makes it work so well? Well, since you're on my channel, the answer should be a little obvious. It's the music.
Can't stop me now. 200 miles, I'm knocking at your door. And I don't really care if you ain't got.
Now, there are plenty of clever little musical moments in this film. Like, if you noticed, when Spider-Gwen shows up, we start hearing rock music because she's in a band. But each of the other Spider heroes get their own stylized music. Spider-Noir gets that classic film noir jazz sound.
Is he in black and white?
Where's that wind coming from? We're in a basement.
Wherever I go, the wind.
Penny Parker gets some of that anime-inspired upbeat electronica vibe.
Hi guys. Konnichiwa. Hajimemashite. Yoroshiku.
And we get some of that classic Carl Stalling-inspired Looney Tunes material for Spider-Pig.
Can get weirder. I just washed my hands. That's why they're wet.
And whenever we see the Prowler on screen, we get this distorted elephant sound.
That's a bit loud.
And if you actually go and check out Daniel Pemberton's Twitter account, who just so happened to write the score for Into the Spider-Verse, you can see all the little tips and tricks he used to put this score together, like putting newspapers on drums, or composing a score and then recording a turntable scratching a recording of that original score. Or perhaps my favorite little trick was how the hi-hats are actually the sounds of the spray paint cans that Miles uses, in essence infusing the soundtrack with Miles'
Spider-Gwen is hot, yes.
Even spot some of the extra TLC that went into this film when the music cuts out because Miles' headphones fell off his head. But all these little tips and tricks pale in comparison to the story being told in the music. All these little musical moments serve as a backdrop for how the Miles Morales Spider-Man
Alright, let me go back to getting rid of the
when you
purple.
listen to this scene, at first you might notice one thing that no other superhero theme has ever really emphasized, and that is that hip-hop element. Now, it isn't necessarily unusual to have rap and hip-hop in a film soundtrack, but I can't remember the last time I saw it during a superhero apotheosis scene, or that one big moment when the superhero realizes their potential. It tends to be that big brass sound that we might associate with Superman or Batman or even the Avengers. But Spider-Verse establishes how and why this music is so critical to Miles' identity. When we're first introduced to Miles, we hear him singing along with Sunflower. This is an instance of diegetic music, or music that exists within the world of the film. Miles can hear the music and is singing along. The film then cleverly moves on to Familia, demonstrating Miles' half Puerto Rican identity, but it's difficult to discern whether or not this music is diegetic at first, that is, until his headphones fall off. Now, I'd really like to give you more examples, but in my experience, the YouTube copyright bot has a keen ear for soundtracks containing licensed music as opposed to an original score. But I want to make it clear that this soundtrack treats us to an all-star cast of top talent on a phenomenal album. So when we finally get to Miles' ascension as a hero, it's without question that we have his own musical identity put forward in the soundtrack. But there's a little bit of trickery here. Listen to this in the context of the film. And now listen to the studio version of What's Up Danger by Blackway and Black Caviar. Pemberton actually included some of the score under the hip-hop sound, which helps adhere this track to the film's journey. But why? Well, let's break Pemberton's additions apart and see what we can find. First off, I want to start with this little motif, or fragmentary musical idea. Although relatively simple, it's really just an octave leap up and back down, or at least that's what we're going to focus on. It develops a tremendous amount of storytelling potential throughout Miles' journey. We first hear
by the way,
gives Miles the goober, in essence,
spoilers.
starting Miles on his first step on his journey as a hero.
No one can know. He's got everyone in his pocket. What?
Are you okay with spoilers? It just occurred to me. Spoilers. Okay.
If he turns the machine on...
We hear it when he's troubled or trying to confront his obstacles. Like after Spider-Man dies and Miles runs to his family, we get this.
Do you ever think about moving out of Brooklyn?
Our family doesn't run from things, Miles.
And when he's trying to master his new powers and fails, we hear it again. We hear it when he's struggling with his identity as a spider character and teasing Spider-Man about a cape. Or when his Uncle Aaron dies.
By the way, say Into the Spider-Verse involves a bunch of different dimensions of Spider-Man. So Spider-Man from that dimension dies, but Peter B. Parker, which is considered from a different dimension, survives. Just as a warning if you're wondering what the difference is.
You're on your way.
Or when his responsibilities as Spider-Man keep him from his family. It's the musical idea that defines Miles' journey to become a spider hero. In essence, this is the leitmotif, or musical idea that represents a person, place, or thing for Miles' story. But going back to our iconic scene, that isn't all we hear. We hear this little motif as well. It's just as small, but with a different interval, and a different identity and meaning entirely. We first hear this idea when we're introduced to the first Spider-Man.
There's only one Spider-Man. And you're looking at him.
And this is essentially his theme, or I guess more accurately, his leitmotif. Sorta. See, while Peter Parker is on screen, it plays all the time.
Did you know your shoes are untied?
It's a choice.
I can help you. If you stick around.
They really hammer home that this musical idea is directly associated with him, but after he dies, we end up hearing it again when we're introduced to Peter B. Parker.
What a day. You know the rest. Yourself, I got married, saved the city.
Because this isn't the leitmotif for a Spider-Man, it's the leitmotif for the spider hero identity. So as we would expect, when we're introduced to all the other spider characters, it's all over the place.
My name is Peter Parker.
My name is Penny Parker.
My name is Peter Parker.
Or whenever the Spider-Man identity comes up in general. And in terms of how it's played around Miles, we hear it when he lands his first web, effectively showing us how he's becoming more like a spider hero. Or you can even hear it when Doc Ock acknowledges what Miles has become.
Miles? Wow, Miles, you're doing it on command.
And so we have these three musical ideas. The licensed music that represents Miles' identity as a kid from Brooklyn just trying to make his way in life, a second idea that represents his personal journey through this story, and a third and final idea that represents something from the Spider-Verse like a spider person, or pig, or Rubik's Cube fan, or anything else that's been bitten by a radioactive spider. And so when we get all three of these ideas on top of one another, we get the musical climax of the story and the film, and it makes for this great scene. But that's not all. There's so much more to it than just that. See, this film is a little more complicated than just Miles becomes Spider-Man. Throughout the film, we see issues with Miles fitting in. He doesn't fit in at school, he has unique spider powers that the other characters don't have, which is actually hinted in the film when the spider that bites him changes colors depending on which paint can it's on. Shout out to r/movie details for finding that one. But he's constantly juggling his various identities as a charter school student, a kid from Brooklyn, the son of a cop, a superhero, and even a graffiti artist. And when you look at the theme of this film, there's this notion of Miles carving his own path with the gifts that he's given, even if it isn't necessarily what others want for him.
The spark in you, it's amazing. It's why I push you, but
Let's see.
it's yours.
Someday we need to watch this movie together, okay?
In 1949, Joseph Campbell wrote The Hero with a Thousand Faces, a book that outlined a story structure that functioned as an archetypal model for stories that people tended to tell one another. It's a template for folklore and legends, and you can fit a lot of stories told throughout human history into this model. And although it's been through many iterations and criticisms, the overall structure tends to be the same. You can see how this film fits into this model relatively neatly. There's the supernatural aid from the radioactive spider, the mentor and Peter B. Parker, the many helpers, the abyss when he can't control his powers and he can't become Spider-Man, the subsequent rebirth when he gains control of his powers, the apotheosis, the return with the gift.
Yeah.
I'm not going to pretend like I'm super knowledgeable about story structure, but I think you get what I'm trying to say. But there's this notion in the hero's journey of passing between the known world and the unknown world, when the hero leaves home, goes off on an adventure, and then completes their journey by coming back home. And in his book, assuming that I understood it correctly, Campbell calls the first act of moving from the known world to the unknown world as crossing the first threshold. And this is, in essence, where the story begins. Luke leaves home, Neo leaves the Matrix, the hobbits leave the Shire.
If I take one more step, it'll be the farthest away from home I've ever been.
And then, midway through the third act, the hero crosses the return threshold and returns to the known world with a power received from the unknown. Luke blows up the Death Star and returns home after becoming a Jedi during the Death Star trench run. Neo goes back into the Matrix to fight Agent Smith and becomes the One, and the hobbits literally return to the Shire after throwing jewelry into the volcano. But the music in this critical scene guides us through Miles' own hero's journey. When we open the film, we hear a veritable medley of Miles' favorite music. Again, unfortunately, I won't be able to play much of it, but Miles' musical identity continues to develop throughout the film, but only when he's in his known world of Brooklyn. When we need to see the people's reaction to Spider-Man's death, we get scared of the dark. When Miles is stressed out, he returns to what he knows by humming his favorite tune. And when he's at his lowest and tries to return home, we come back to the soundtrack with Hide by Juice WRLD. And after he returns home at the very end of the film, the last thing we hear before the credits is Sunflower, exactly how the film began. In every respect, the hip-hop that we hear in this soundtrack represents the real world that Miles comes from and returns to save. Now compare that to the Spider Hero motif, a motif that represents everything that is alien to Miles. This is a motif that is explicitly reserved to people and notions that pertain to the unknown world. Every Spider Hero, and even Miles gaining seemingly alien powers and skills, all exists in the unknown and is the power he acquires before his inevitable return home. Whether it be the comic book world of the actual Spider-Man or the literal extra-dimensional creatures that he keeps bumping into, this spider motif represents the unknown world. And the only binding material between these two worlds, as is in the story, is Miles himself, which is why his journey is given a motif that is exclusive to Miles and his story. This is the motif that we hear during his journey. It's the motif for Miles's hero's journey. So right before we have our big scene, we have Miles's apotheosis, or his ascension. He develops the ability to control his powers. And immediately following that, we have Miles taking those powers and demonstrating his mastery over them. And at this point in the story, Miles is crossing the return threshold, returning from the unknown back to the known world, which is why this entire scene not only takes place in Brooklyn, but is a direct contrast to an earlier scene when Miles was trying to understand his powers and failing. And what do we hear? We hear Miles's known identity with his Spider Hero unknown identity glued together with the musical idea that represents Miles's journey. It wouldn't have been fitting to just have one theme for this film and give it to every spider hero and expect it to work. The entire idea behind this film is Miles discovering himself. Yes, he becomes Spider-Man, but he becomes his own Spider-Man. And in that moment, we have a harmonious convergence of his two worlds predicated on the path that he took to get there. There's a line I remember hearing in the theater, and I found it in the special alternate universe cut of the film that came on the Blu-ray, and I think it's the most succinct way of explaining exactly how and why Miles became what he did. Because yeah, he's just another kid from Brooklyn, and yeah, he's just another person that got bit by some kind of radioactive spider, but in the end of the day, he's greater than the sum of his parts, exemplified by his journey, and is unique in what he became. Or, as Peter B. Parker put it,
honestly, Miles, don't do it like I did. You gotta do it like you.
Thanks for watching. I'd like to thank my patrons for making these videos possible, with a very special thank you to AFN Matt, Andrew Luke, Billy Vasquez, Clara Tan, Dr. Woe, Donovan Hodges, Hayden Elza, Jordan Adams, Karen Rosenau, Who Am I, and Zolbutum and Dembrel. Also, thank you to everyone who requested that I do a Spider-Verse video.
Have you seen the Joker? Or no? Okay. Well, I actually haven't seen the Joker, but he did an interesting overview of the music of it.
This video is brought to you by viewers like you. In a world that's so politically divided, where everything is on fire and each day feels like the end of the world, it's nice to have a fun, family-friendly film that doesn't try to get too political. So I'm gonna be really honest with you, I missed this one when it came out in theaters. It didn't speak to me. But after hearing everybody talk about Joaquin Phoenix's performance and how great Hildur Gudnadottir's score was, and then starting to see these two get a whole bunch of awards, I decided to go and check it out when it came out on Blu-ray. And since I never saw it in theaters, I've been swarmed with a bunch of critical responses to the film without ever really having that initial contact. And so now that I have seen the film, I find those critiques even more fascinating, especially from a musical perspective. In a really bizarre way that I don't think I've ever seen happen with a film, a lot of the criticisms levied against this film almost directly parallel with musical choices that they made. It's super weird. Like, okay, look. So a lot of the people who hated the film tend to say the same thing, at least from what I've seen, that it's just a knockoff version of Taxi Driver, The King of Comedy, and that the only reason that it became popular, that anybody saw it, was because it was a Joker film, and people still can't get over Heath Ledger's performance.
I hate the Joker because it's ultimately just a derivative pastiche of Scorsese. It's like, hey, what if the Taxi Driver wore makeup?
Bruce Wayne's father, who's just a cartoonish dickhead, punches Joker in the face. Jerry Langford was way more realistic in how he dealt with Rupert.
But on the other hand, for people who loved this film, at least from what I've seen, they kind of feel like the whole Batman tie-in thing was a little unnecessary and sort of took away from the film.
I do feel like that was that a reshoot? It feels like that was tacked on. Like the movie had this clean ending. They were like, we do want to see the Waynes get killed in this movie, and this is a good opportunity to do it. It was just some other clown who did it. But I do feel like it was a little like they had to nudge, like, hey, this is still a Batman movie.
But for some reason, they just couldn't fucking help themselves but to shoehorn Bruce Wayne into the story. Every single scene where they tried to connect the Joker story with the Wayne family was really annoying and embarrassing.
But they'll say that the rest of the film was great, especially Joaquin Phoenix's performance and Hildur Gudnadottir's work on the soundtrack, which is kind of a weird thing in that both people who loved and hated this film kind of sort of agree with each other at some points. Both sides are effectively saying that they want less comic book in what is ostensibly a comic book movie, whether it be the Joker stuff or the Batman stuff. And both sides tend to agree that Phoenix's performance and the soundtrack were the best elements of this film. And honestly, now that we're seeing the awards start to pour in, it looks like everybody agrees with that. But these are also strangely poignant observations about the music in the film. It's really weird to explain. Just, okay, check it out. So, Taxi Driver was the last film that the legendary composer Bernard Herrmann scored. Bernard Herrmann, for those who don't know, scored a lot of Alfred Hitchcock's films and is known for his work on the masterpiece Psycho. Now, an interesting point about Psycho is that Psycho came out in 1960, but was in black and white, even though most films by then were in color. Just for contrast, The Wizard of Oz came out in 1939, 21 years before Psycho. But Hitchcock wanted that black and white vibe, and to emulate that monochromatic element, Herrmann limited himself to just using a string orchestra. Just the strings. That's why that psycho stab sounds the way that it does. Which kind of raises an eyebrow when we get back to Joker, because Gutna Daughter prominently features strings in her score for this film. So if you're a film music buff and you see a film where the main character suffers from some sort of mental health problem and has a strange relationship with his mother, and the score is widely reliant on strings, you kind of get an eerie familiarity around the whole situation. Now, to be fair, I don't think that this was intentional. Gutna Daughter's principal instrument is the cello, and from what I've heard of her work, she features her cello a lot. And that's not necessarily a good or a bad thing. Some composers just have a very unique sound. But in how she decided to score this film, we kind of come back to all the criticism about the Batman and Joker stuff. See, Batman is a huge franchise spanning like 100 years or whatever, and everyone has their favorite Batman theme. It might be the original from the 66 show, or the Elfman score from the 89 film, maybe it comes from the animated series, or any of the other billions of Batman interpretations. But what's important to remember here is that no matter what your favorite Batman theme is, you're wrong, because the best Batman theme actually comes from Batman Returns, and I can prove that with facts and logic. But that's a video for another day. But the thing here with Batman, like with most superheroes, is that he tends to have a strong theme. The whole superhero thing goes way back. I already have a whole video on it. And whatever hero you're putting on the big screen, they tend to have one big, super recognizable melody, and that's what people latch onto. So it makes sense that if the director Todd Phillips wanted to avoid a comic book tone for this film, then he'd want to avoid that one big, super recognizable melody. If he wanted to distance himself from the superhero vibe, then he wouldn't want the Joker getting anything resembling a superhero theme. Which means that when you get to the original score for the Joker, instead of one big noticeable theme, you get these really interesting and intricate textures. That's not to say that there isn't one main melody to latch onto. If the Joker does have a theme, I'm pretty sure it's this. But even if this is technically the Joker's theme, I don't think anyone was walking out of the theater humming this cello line. I really feel like it serves more like a background texture or a mood. Now that's not to say it isn't noticeable. This is unavoidably recognizable. You hear that cello and you immediately know that that's for Arthur. It kind of haunts you, it follows you around. But really, it feels like the way they got around the whole comic book vibe from a musical perspective was having this textural soundscape for Arthur's life. And Gutna Daughter does a really great job of utilizing this texture-based style of composition in this film. You can very clearly see her organically grow these subtle textures as a scene gets more and more intense. It's almost like a living thing. It just saturates the musical landscape, and before you know it, you're in the thick of it. Like, just look at the scene where Alfred tells Arthur that his mother's crazy.
Thomas Wayne is my father.
The musical fabric smoothly flows with the emotional intensity of the scene. On top of that, I really like the instrumentation that she chooses to add and when she chooses to add it. Initially, we just get this haunting solo cello supported by these lumbering timpani. Anyone who's ever been stuck in a 9-to-5 totally gets how much it can feel like a dredge, and I feel like the music here really emphasizes that. But check out what Gutna Daughter adds when Arthur realizes he's been hallucinating his girlfriend. By the way, if you want a clue as to tell that he's hallucinating here, if you pay attention, she calls him Arthur.
So funny, Arthur.
But he never told her his name when they first met.
Hey.
Your name's Arthur, right? You live down the hall?
There's no way that she could know that his name is Arthur right here. But anyway, right here when he's figuring out that he's been hallucinating the relationship, you start hearing this metallic percussion in the background.
Okay. We'll continue this later. And you can come and see how little I've progressed on it when you come back. Yay! Let's get back to music. Music, music. That's what it's gonna do. Yay for distractions! Why am I starting to sing Christmas songs? Okay. Hope that's not too loud. No, I don't want it that low. Stop. No, no. Come on. Alright. Get that energy going. Zoom out. Once again, I'm lost for topics. What else was announced at E3? I already mentioned about Breath of the Wild. Bum, 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 bum. Yes, I should be working on getting rid of the orange. I mean, not the orange, the purple, but I'm gonna get rid of the purple on the thing, and then around this area, then I want to work on the bow. Just out of randomness, so that I don't tear my hair out from just continually doing one color. You know, ADHD, have to jump around to different parts of the actual. Actually, I'm just gonna do. This feels like it's been in a Roblox game. And yes, I play it. I play it with my nieces and nephews. A bit brighter than what I want. Yeah, this is totally in a Roblox game. We'll go back through, of course, and tidy up. Bum, 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 bum. Sorry, I'm deciding if that blue will work. That's why I'm staring at it. Or whether I wanna... Because I was gonna put a green one there. Make this yellow. Do you want to result to a the darker purple? Yeah, let's go with the darker purple. I can always change it if I don't like it. I'm gonna have some fun with this bow, actually. Why did it suddenly become darker? I'm grouping it because it makes it easier to see.
Don't try this yourself. It's extremely dangerous.
Why is it suddenly not accepting? When I group you, does that? Guess I can't keep things in order unless I decide to do the special stuff within the ape. Fine. If that's what you're gonna do, we're gonna do it that way. No, no. There. Oh, one of the things that the was announced was Slime Rancher 2, which definitely has me excited because I don't remember how many times I've restarted, replaying again, restarted, replay again because I just had so much fun with that game. And they kept on updating it long after it officially came out, which was nice. Okay. What I'm gonna do, let's do something fun rather than just color the bow. Oh, that's on the erase button. Yep. Okay, they do it small. What I'm thinking about doing is making it look like there's rhinestones on it. I repeat, I love when I pick a soundtrack that says no lyrics and it has lyrics on it. Oh no, whatever shall we do?
Now to strike.
Sorry, I'm looking up Mardi Gras things. If only you'd listen to me where it is. Yeah, some part of me is wondering if I'm better off just trying to do it. Night, Anna! And thank you for staying this long. I had an idea. Not like you'll see down there anyways, but I just have an idea. I don't have enough colors for that though. So I'll need a different down there color. Do I have to resort to red? Red won't work with that. Why would I make it white? Sorry, I'm trying to figure out. Because I had this thought of, since it's going to be Mardi Gras colors, is whether I could do the triangle-like thing where each one of these is a different Mardi Gras color. But say, I don't. Put white down here and trying to do it on black. Just trying to figure this out. Sorry. I guess we could do black. Though it would seem a bit out of place. Alright. We can keep that color there and then just do the other. Or since there's 3 colors of Mardi Gras, could maybe do... It still leaves 1. So many decisions. I can just pick 2 colors to do it with. Let's pick a 2 color. Green, and yellow. But that will leave it uneven. Since 5 is an uneven number. Might need to cheat on this. Beer flight? What's... Oh. I don't want to result to pink. Even though I have something that's very close to pink, it's purple still. It's alright. I better label these. So I at least know which areas, even if I group them. Stop looking at red. I don't want red. I'm deciding I don't want red. Fishing hour, what's that? Oh. Oh, sorry. Forgot that I still had that on there. Let's go back to regular brush. Oh, did that not get erased? Oh, we missed two. No, don't lag on me. It says, I say as it lags on me again. So those are going to be green. That's of course going to be yellow. Back to that yellow. Then that'll be purple then. Even though I know it's supposed to be gold. But bum, 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 bum. It's a bit too far. Okay, that's big enough to be noticed. I might actually switch up colors of the flowers. Where this one will be purple and that one will be green. Morning, Duel! How are you? I decided, since I'd been using so many, streams doing art, that I might as well make an art avatar before I finish the other avatar so I can have that done. Oh, just woke up? Been better? Can understand being tired just waking up. I'm doing pretty good now that it's been enough time between work and now. And I have today off. Well, yeah, it's past midnight, so yeah, I have today off, so. But I'm taking this, say, this is a dress that one of the pre-made models on Vroid, the app that I use for application I use to make for my avatar. So I'm taking this, recoloring it so it's my own and adding a few different things to it. Did I lose the sparkles there? Did I accidentally delete it? Oh well. Can always go back and re-add them. Okay. That's fine. Okay. I don't even know what to wear. I know that feeling. I have that feeling a lot. Yep, brown color. This also sounds like a Roblox block song. I play too much Roblox. Yeah, that doesn't feel like a right color. So it occurred to me this dress might not be able to use against a green screen. So I might have to use the non-green screen setup, which I don't mind. Because I look like I'm in a ghost void. Ghost void! The ghostiest of voids. Oi. I think the songs have stopped, so let's turn them back on. Yes, YouTube, I want to continue watching. Why would I want to stop? This just feels too loud. I'm trying to find this. I'm gonna test to see if this will work how I want it to. This is used at the end of Captain Sauce, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Okay, I'm a YouTube nerd. Shut up. I'm gonna have to run use the restroom. I will be right back. Back from the bathroom. So that looks alright, but that background doesn't feel right. Let me see what other colors I can try and do. Because I could just do another darker, but then, well, I have it outlined, so that makes it at least better in that sense, but up until the texture there. I'm worried about that texture, but at least I have the original save so that I can do a black and white run over. And just get the lining there back to normal. Um. Actually, let me wait for that until I get all these done. So, decided I wanted to add sprinkles to it, but maybe I should be good and keep. Maybe I could make the ruffle a different color rather than have it white. But we'll get to that when we get to it. Oops, did not mean to make that mark. This will be definitely, I'm going to make this brighter than the others. This has also been used in a Roblox game. Yes, I've played many different Roblox games. I play with my nieces and nephews. And some of them have short attention spans. Bless their hearts. had a thought. Scary thing, I know, but it was a thought nonetheless. On whether I could create a gradient. And no, I'm not going to resort to using pink. And no, that's not pink, that's purple. Yeah, but we'll come to the gradient when we get to it. But that's an idea for something to do. Now there is. We need something for. I'll add the sparkles in afterwards. I really want to now, but I need to get all the flowers filled. Yep, start button. Bum. That seems so much darker. Oh well, I'm still gonna lighten it up. Here I am making things 1,000 more times more complicated than it should be. It's just gonna make a simple, you know, color over of the dress. But no, we're gonna keep adding stuff to it. It's a bit much. Bum. things to talk about. Say, I don't follow sports enough to talk about sports. Not even esports. Yeah, I'm a bad southerner. What, football isn't your religion? Nah, suckers, I don't have one. Kinda overdid that one. That sounds like Inya. Don't. No, I know that's copyrighted. No, it is not. Okay. It's just checking up on that. I've been streaming for nearly 5 hours. Speaking of things to talk about, say there's a new game that's supposed to be, Duel is right now putting on clothes, and hey Token, How's everything going? Everything fixed up finally? So what's your plan for today, Duel? You know, Token, I said that I wasn't gonna, you know, this was gonna be quick, and I was just gonna have it finished by one stream, and I wasn't gonna go any details. I was just gonna go straight and just do straight coloring and go from there, and this is how it's ended up. Yes. You have some work to do and just chill for the rest? Nice! Do you want to continue listening to that, video we were watching? Or listening to? Or will you have to run away again because of something else breaking? Yeah, I'm asking you, Token, since we were the ones listening to Sideways explain the music in Joker. You might like this information too. Duel. You should be good for the night? Ah, okay. Let's see. See, I don't think I can stand listening to music anymore. I want to listen to something that's like talks about information, because I'm a nerd. And let me find something that's not that's generalized and interesting, and hopefully not controversial. You can start it up. Okay, cool. It's a bit loud for me.
And it kind of stays throughout the rest.
Let's turn that up.
So funny, Arthur.
But he never told her his name when they first met.
Hey.
Can you hear it fine?
Your name's Arthur, right? You live down the hall?
There's no way that she could know that his name is Arthur right here. But anyway, right here when he's figuring out that he's been hallucinating the relationship, you start hearing this metallic percussion in the background. And it kind of stays throughout the rest of the film whenever the energy is really high. And to me, it almost sounds like someone banging on top of a trash can lid, which could be a reference to the garbage strike that's been going on. The only problem is that this isn't the first time a composer's used a more textural sound in their film score. This isn't even the first time a composer's done this for a Batman story. When working on The Dark Knight, Hans Zimmer actually talked about wanting to avoid the superhero tropes of the 70s, 80s, and 90s. He wanted to create his own sound.
I didn't want to write a summer blockbuster, happy, indulgent score. I wanted something that was truly provocative and people could truly hate.
And he put a lot of work in developing these more textural sonic landscapes. Not so much develop melodies, but try to create more of an acoustic backdrop. But Zimmer's abandonment of prominent melodies and embracing these textural sonorities, whether you like them or not, sparked a new style of film scoring that really defined the 2010s. But what that means is that when you get to a film about the Joker, trying to make it sound less like a traditional comic book film by ditching the late romantic brass lines and embracing a more saturated texture kind of feel almost directly forces you to compare it to The Dark Knight. So when you hear similarly harsh and relatively uncommon sonorities coming from both soundtracks, at least for me, it formed a kind of connection between these two films. So the creators for this score were kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. You could sound like Batman, or you could sound like Batman, which is sort of what both sides have said about this film. Some people say that it feels like a Scorsese film that they just made Joker themed to appeal to the Heath Ledger Joker fans, while others say that the Joker movie was great, but we didn't really need to tie it back to the original Batman story. So all in all, comparing these criticisms to how the music manifests itself is really fascinating. But for me, the most interesting part of people's reactions to this film is the divisive final scene. I heard a lot of people saying that it wasn't really necessary, but for me, this final scene is what tied everything together. The idea with this final scene is that it kind of gives Phillips an out. He can say that the whole film was just a joke that Arthur thought while he was in the hospital. Or maybe the joke is just that he's thinking about Bruce Wayne's parents dying. And this ties in with what we've seen with Arthur. When you get down to it, he's an unreliable narrator. He hallucinates, he frequently doesn't remember things the way that they actually happened. This guy's got some really serious problems. And at every twist and turn, the film really works to try and make Arthur as much of a sympathetic character as possible so that the audience can see things from his point of view. But this scene is ever so slightly out of character. Like, instead of his compulsive laugh, here he's telling us that he's laughing at a specific joke.
What's so funny?
It's just like a joke.
Maybe he's making an excuse for his laugh to the therapist, or maybe the joke is that Bruce Wayne's parents are dying, or maybe the joke is that the whole film is just a story that he told and he made it up in his head and he's laughing at the audience. Who knows? The point is that people think it's a cop-out, which I completely disagree with. Musically speaking, this scene explains what's been going on throughout the film. It's really cool. Okay, so throughout the film, on top of Guttenadotter's original music, we also get all these other pieces of recognizable music. Like, we open with this old ragtime piano, which feels really turn of the century and lighthearted, which directly contrasts with Guttenadotter's heavy scoring when Arthur is assaulted and the happy clown veneer is shattered. The shock of changing from one to the other mirrors what happens throughout the film. Then we move on to some of that big jazz band sound for the Murray Franklin show. We get all kinds of older pieces of music coming from radios, tunes like Lawrence Welk's The Moon is a Silver Dollar. We get the film Shall We Dance playing on the TV when he first uses a gun, which also kind of relates to how we get Charlie Chaplin's Modern Times accompanied by a live orchestra. We hear Smile when he's on stage and his performance starts getting better. All of these older songs have this innate nostalgia surrounding them, calling back to a simpler, happier time. But then things get weird. We get My Name is Carnival, which kind of feels like it has a different tone from the other tunes in the film, but that might have just been me. Then there's this segment on the subway right before his first murder when a frat bro starts singing Send in the Clowns to try and taunt Arthur, which seems strangely out of place and out of character, but who knows? It looks like it's supposed to be a New York analog. Maybe this guy's really into Sondheim. Who's judging?
Sondheim!
Well, yeah, I guess he's judging. Anyway, moving on. We then get this big showstopper with the iconic dance scene at the staircase that everyone's copying. We hear the infamous Rock and Roll Part 2. A little tune that everyone knows from countless pep rallies and football games. If you've ever been in band, then you've had this tune floating in the back of your head for years. And the only problem with this moment right here is that Rock and Roll Part 2 was written by Gary Glitter, who, as of 2015, has been sentenced to 16 years in prison for being a child predator. So like, I get that in the States a lot of people know this as the Hey song and heard it played by their marching band during football games, but since Glitter's conviction, even professional sports teams have been removing the track from their repertoire. So maybe there's something there about some kind of victory from an adolescent perspective, but it's really unfortunate that it not only made it into this film, but it was used in the iconic apotheosis scene where Arthur ostensibly becomes the Joker. But I think the tune that drew the most attention for me was That's Life, performed by Frank Sinatra. We hear it throughout the film. It's actually what Murray uses as a sign-off.
Thanks for watching. Good night, and always remember, that's life.
And it's what Joker says to the camera right before the feed is cut.
Good night, and always remember, that's...
But for me, the most fascinating usage of this tune is during this scene. See if you can pick up what's going on here.
That's life. And as funny as it may seem.
So let's talk about diegesis. When you talk about diegesis and the music in a film, you're asking what music the characters can and cannot hear. So none of the Avengers here can actually hear the Avengers theme being played, but on the other hand, Quill can hear the music coming through his headphones. So this is diegetic music, this is non-diegetic music. So with that, let's look at this scene again and ask ourselves one simple question. Is the music in this scene diegetic or non-diegetic?
That's life. And as funny as it may seem.
And that question is what makes this scene so amazing. You can't really answer it. At first it feels non-diegetic, like he can't hear it. But then he starts singing along and you think, can he hear this music? We've heard a bunch of tracks being played like this throughout the film. Was he able to hear those pieces of music? Like, check out this scene. My Name is Carnival is diegetically playing on the radio.
No, it says right here it was a mask.
Either way, I think it's good for business. They got clowns in front of every newspaper.
Then it seemingly transitions into non-diegetic music when he crosses out the sign. It doesn't feel like it's still coming from the radio.
Hear my name, Carnival.
And following that scene, check out what he tells his social worker.
I heard this song on the radio the other day, and the guy was singing that his name was Carnival, which is crazy, because that's my clown name.
So aside from the fact that this is the first and only time we've heard him use the name Carnival, kind of echoing how he never told the girlfriend his name but she knew it anyway, you kind of gotta wonder, how much of that song was in his head? Is this something that was playing on the radio in the background, or is this another hallucination? Is his character's name actually Carnival? What about this tragic scene when he's bombing on stage and he doesn't realize it and we hear Smile?
I was just thinking the other day, why are the rich people
Right as everything starts to fall apart, the lyrics here are particularly powerful.
Smile, though your heart is aching. Smile, even though it's breaking.
This is a message he's telling himself, be brave and put on a good show. But are we just listening to what's playing in his head? What about when this guy starts singing Send in the Clowns, or when they're listening to the radio when he's giving his mother a bath? Was this guy actually singing? Is the radio on? Or are these elements of Arthur's altered perspective on the world? And with that in mind, let's go back to our first dance scene in the bathroom and listen to what Todd Phillips has to say.
She'd been sending me music throughout while we were shooting, and I just wanted to play Joaquin this piece of music. And he just starts doing this dance, and we both kind of look at each other and said, okay, that's the scene.
So if you're a big fan of this scene, not to throw Gutnadaughter under the bus here, but really, this scene is a testament to Phoenix's performance. This is sort of the Joker equivalent of Fantasia. We're watching a visual interpretation of Gutnadaughter's work, which is even more interesting when you find out that Gutnadaughter wrote this music before ever seeing the film.
Because I wrote quite a lot of the music before they started shooting, so the music influenced the performance quite a bit.
So there's this complete circle with how the music and the visuals come together. The music and the film develop into each other and infuse the complete work with this interrelated creation, which is really amazing. The music feeds into the visuals as much as the visuals feed into the music. But you hear Todd Phillips himself say that the Joker has music inside him.
When I first met with Joaquin and we first started talking about Joker, I talked to him that Arthur is one of those people that has music in him.
And to some extent, you have to acknowledge that, yeah, we're hearing what the Joker's hearing. In this case, We're literally hearing what both the actor and the character heard in that bathroom. It's a really amazing philosophical application of the music in this film. And in that sense, that's what makes Joaquin Phoenix and Hildur Gudnadottir's work in this film so amazing. They fed off of each other to manifest this new creation, this thing that has music within him. Like everything else in this film, we aren't just being told a story, we aren't just seeing Arthur become the Joker. The intention is that we empathize with him, sympathize with him. In his own broken world, we're led to believe that his actions make sense, and the music feeds into that message. In a way, the music is a window into the Joker's madness. Thanks for watching. I'd like to thank my patrons for making these videos possible, with an extra special thank you to Alec Kulikowski, Alex Klinker, Clara Tan, Hayden.
Well, let me see. My guess is you don't know much about musicals, but let's play it anyways. Because Sweeney Todd is a really, really good musical. And creepy.
You know, when you think about it, when you set aside all the blood and gore and violence and cannibalism and assault and trying to get this video through without getting it demonetized, and violence and blood and gore and blood, Sweeney Todd is really a story about family. And considering how 'tis the season to be spooky, and that a whole bunch of you have wanted me to talk about something Sondheim related, I figured what better than the Demon Barber of Fleet Street. And there's something really cool about this musical. The internal musical structures in this score are so well thought out that you can actually figure out what's going to happen in the story just by paying attention to the music. Check it out, and what better place to start than the beginning? Alright, so right off the bat, we're getting some critical information here. So if it isn't apparent yet, I'm going off the 2007 Tim Burton film adaptation, which, when all is said and done, is a really, really, ridiculously good film adaptation of a stage musical. If you don't believe me, you can find videos by the Detective Steve and Bobby Burns in the description below.
It's one of the better ones.
This is a really good adaptation. But as with all adaptations, some things get cut, and in this case, it's the opening number. In the stage version of Sweeney Todd, we aren't treated to this strawberry jam blood and Play-Doh sausage. We have the whole cast on stage singing to the audience about the story of Sweeney Todd, and it's kind of like this fourth wall break, but not really, except it kind of is. Burton decided to cut all that, and honestly, unless you have some kind of Jiminy Cricket or the Merchant from Aladdin or some other framing device to help explain that quasi-narration, then just cutting it is a good move. But check it out, right here when we get the title screen, we hear this.
You've seen Sweeney Todd? Okay.
In the original stage production, we get the lyrics, "Swing your razor wide, Sweeney, hold it to the skies." But of course, this melody is the Dies Irae. Now, if you don't know what the Dies Irae is, hi, I'm Sideways. Welcome to the channel. I like to talk about music until it hurts. Grab some snacks and a drink, because it's gonna get complicated. But okay, if you don't know what the Dies Irae is, then don't worry. Here's the TLDR. Once upon a time, there was this guy called Jesus, and he died. But there were a bunch of people who really liked Jesus, and they would sing songs to him even though he was dead. And one of these songs was called the Dies Irae, which translates to the Day of Wrath. And it was all about how Jesus loves everybody so much that one day he's going to come back to Earth and kill everyone in order to have the world's greatest slumber party. But only half of everybody gets invited, the other half gets permanent detention. Cut forward about 1,500 years, and this alpha stoner by the name of Hector Berlioz wrote a symphony that told the story of this artist who was also a stoner and loved this girl, but she didn't know he existed, and then he died and went to hell, because of course he did. But in that symphony, in order to communicate that that main character had died, Berlioz used the Dies Irae. And ever since then, composers have used this melody to represent death in music, and that has been no more apparent than in film. Here's a montage of examples that I'm copying and pasting from an older video because I'm lazy like that.
Nightmare Before Christmas.
Kill him.
Lion King. Star Wars. With the death of Luke's
So before it even
aunt
really
and uncle.
starts in earnest, we've already got the central theme of the show. It's gonna have something to do with Sweeney and death, and without looking too hard into it, based on the lyrics, you can guess that his razors are gonna be involved in some way too. But listen to this part. Well, in the stage version, there are people singing over this, and the line they sing is, "Attend the tale of Sweeney Todd."
Attend the tale of Sweeney Todd.
If you pay attention to the end of that, the Tale of Sweeney Todd part, once again, that's the Dies Irae. In fact, if you want to get really poetic about it, the Swing Your Razor Wide takes the first few notes of the Dies Irae. And just to be clear here, this is just the first 8 notes of the Dies Irae. It actually goes on for another 8 minutes, but that's not the part that gets referenced. Anyway, so the Swing Your Razor Wide uses the first few notes of the Dies Irae, while the Attend the Tale of Sweeney Todd uses the end of that phrase. In a way, you could argue that you know that his story begins and ends with death. Okay, so we got death, and it's associated with Sweeney and his razors, great. But the musical proper starts, and we have our first number. We're introduced to Anthony, awesome, and...
No, there's no place like London.
Oh, no. Can we get another take? No, that's it, that's what we're working with. Oh, crap. All right, well, here's our lead. So, this is Sweeney. To be completely honest, Johnny Depp isn't bad in this role. I just think that his delivery on literally this first line isn't the strongest. And honestly, Johnny Depp is starting to feel like one of those actors who always plays themselves. You know how like whenever you see Tom Hanks or Patrick Stewart on screen, you don't really see the character, you just see Tom Hanks and Patrick Stewart? I kind of got that while watching this film, and it just felt like Jack Sparrow, Edward Scissorhands, and Willy Wonka were singing about murder, which I guess kind of helped the overall tone of the film. Anyway, so even though Anthony opens the number, it's really a solo for Sweeney Todd, and it serves as a great establishing number to introduce us to his backstory, his motivations, and why he's here. Great. Moving on. We rush through the streets of London and we hear a bunch of music that sounds kind of familiar. And there's one little musical gesture here that I want to draw attention to.
There's a hole in the world like a great black pit.
This is something that Sondheim himself called Sweeney's madness motif. In Sondheim on Music by Mark Eden Horowitz, which is basically just a giant interview about a bunch of Sondheim's works, and you should definitely check it out if you're a Sondheim fan. Anyway, yeah, in that book, he calls it Sweeney's madness motif, but he also calls it the Stravinsky motif because it reminds him of Stravinsky. Anyway, so we're rushing through the streets of London, familiar music, Sweeney's madness motif, and we're introduced to Mrs. Lovett.
Debbie?
And,
hey, what's
so,
your
I
rest?
think Mrs. Lovett's gonna die. And I'm not just saying that because I've seen this a whole bunch of times. But check it out. Listen. Really listen. So this is her leitmotif. It's the musical idea that represents Mrs. Lovett in this story, and we hear it come back every once in a while.
With the price of meat, what it is when
You get it? If you get it,
Good
you got it?
Oh, Mr. Tom, I'm so happy. I could eat you up, I really could.
But listen really, really
Yeah.
closely.
Wait, what's your rush? What's your hurry?
It might actually be easier to see. This part right here.
And I
it's
repeat, it took some
actually
stuff
these
out of the
notes from
musical.
Dies Irae upside down. See? So we kind of see her leitmotif branded with this ancient chant that has come to represent death. It's kind of metal, but it almost directly relates to what happens to her by the end of the film. So after being introduced to Mrs. Lovett and the worst pies in London, the plot moves along with Mrs. Lovett telling us about what happened to Sweeney's wife in Poor Thing. Yay, exposition. So following Poor Thing and discovering what happened to Sweeney's wife, Sweeney returns to his old shop and we're introduced to his razors and, hold on, nope, wait, yep, it's pretty much confirmed now. Sweeney's gonna kill people with those razors. As if the lyrics in the opening weren't obvious enough, listen to this line again.
These are my friends.
Once again, that's the Dies Irae. These Are My Friends is the first few notes of the Dies Irae upside down. Speaking of which, once you get to the end of this tune, we're greeted with the greatest line in all of musical history, followed by an unmistakable reference to the Dies Irae with that Swing Your Razor Wide melody.
At last, my arm is complete again.
We've seen the murderer and the murder weapons come together. His arm is complete again. Death and killing is only a matter of time, and the score is screaming it at our faces. So you might have picked up on a pattern here, the Dies Irae, the musical representation of death. It's cluing us in on what happens. Sweeney's all about killing and death, so it shows up all over the place. Mrs. Lovett does the whole cannibalism pie thing and ends up dying in the end, so her leitmotif has the Dies Irae in it as well. Obviously, the razors will have some kind of death Dies Irae association, and when Sweeney's resolved to killing the judge, we get that big statement of the Dies Irae again. At every twist and turn, we hear that death theme, which works fine as a storytelling device, but it also clues us in as to what's happening from Sweeney's Sweeney's perspective. He's surrounded by death on all sides. He sees and hears it everywhere, even when he isn't actively thinking about it. It's clawing at his subconscious. Okay, so let's continue moving forward. So after my friends were introduced to Joanna singing her own solo, Greenfinch and Linnetbird, and okay, so I think at this point it might be fair to say that this is Sweeney's daughter. Listen to that flute line. So look, Joanna's got this whole bird motif thing going on. Not just musical motif, but like bird trapped in a cage motif. The song is about birds being trapped in a cage. She's singing to a bird in a cage. She's shot next to a bird in a cage. She's framed so the window looks like it's a cage. She's a bird in a cage. Great. And in general, a lot of people have this natural association between flutes and birdsong because, well, flutes are like the orchestral instrument that sounds closest to birds. It's more or less why Prokofiev used flutes to represent the bird in Peter and the Wolf. But there's only one other part of this musical where we hear flutes like that. Right here when we learn about what happened to Lucy, Sweeney's wife.
Ah, but there was worse yet to come, poor thing.
In fact, Tim Burton even frames the street in the same way just to hammer home what we're hearing. So really, everything's kind of pointing to us figuring out that this is Sweeney's daughter. But also pay attention to Joanna's theme right here. Right here on this Nightingale Blackbird, that's just a cut from the Dies Irae again. But Joanna doesn't die. Her life is filled with death. Everyone around her dies, but she doesn't die by the end of the film, and she doesn't kill anyone either. Except that she does. In the stage musical, she ends up killing the guy that runs the asylum, but that was changed in the Burton film. But since death is a part of her original story, we find it lurking in her theme. Following Joanna's theme, we get
like I
Anthony's
said, there's
theme,
more
which
death in the
confusingly is
actual
Joanna.
musical.
You can kind of see how it's sort of a reference to the balcony scene from Romeo and Juliet, but not really. And for the first time in the show, there are no references to the Dies Irae. At least I can't find any. And I can't find anyone else trying to argue that there's a connection to the Dies Irae here as well. This is a respite from the death theme, and it's coming from the character who rescues Joanna from this lethal environment. He doesn't kill anyone, and he doesn't end up dead by the end of the story. We know that Anthony's gonna live, and we know he isn't gonna kill anyone because the Dies Irae isn't a part of his theme. But right before we get Anthony singing about Joanna, Anthony learns her name from this beggar woman, and okay, so yeah, that's Sweeney's wife. And again, I don't just know that because I've watched this a whole bunch. Listen.
Mom, could you tell me whose house this is?
That's the great Judge Turpin's house, that is.
There's only one other place where we hear those violins. It's when Lucy goes to the judge's frat party in the flashback during Poor Thing. So yeah, Joanna is Sweeney's daughter, and this beggar woman is Sweeney's wife, Lucy. We're barely half an hour into the show, or at least the film, and it's already pretty clear to see where the pieces are and what's going to happen. It's basically spoiled the twist at the end, and you can extrapolate what's going to happen moving forward. These musical structures are pretty systematic. Just look at Toby and Senior Pirelli. Both of them have a reference to the Dies Irae as well. This part in Toby's line
Was Pirelli's miracle elixir, that's what did the trick, sir, true.
That's just the Dies Irae cut and dry, and Toby ends up with the final kill of the show, so it makes sense for this death motif to appear in his theme. And this part that Pirelli sings,
I am Adolfo Pirelli, the king of the barbers, the barber of kings. Buongiorno, good day.
There's just so much stepwise motion that you're just bound to find some kind of little musical reference to the Dies Irae, and sure enough, there it is. And of course, he's Sweeney's first kill. So everything's the Dies Irae. It's everywhere. It's in the walls. It's in the streets. It's in the toilet. It's everywhere. And that's the one thing you always hear about when you look into Sweeney Todd. It's how everything has the Dies Irae in it. There are countless papers and sources and all kinds of voices trying to break down where the Dies Irae appears and how. I found one paper that cites a book that I didn't get my hands on that mentions that out of 15 independent leitmotifs in Sweeney Todd, 13 of them are in some way derived or linked to the Dies Irae. The paper then goes on to talk about how various scholars have different names for different leitmotifs, so that doesn't get confusing at all. With almost no effort, you can find countless websites and articles and blogs talking about where and how various fragments of the Dies Irae appear in the melodies of this musical. There's a YouTube channel called Into the Hoods that's one of the most comprehensive breakdowns of this musical, especially with concern to how the Dies Irae appears, and it is 17 parts long, and he never made it past Act 1. And this, in essence, is kind of a musical expression of what's going on in Sweeney Todd's head. It's his musical madness. He's surrounded by death on all fronts. But what's even more amazing is that this was all completely intentional. Utilizing a small idea and developing it over time is something that Sondheim himself brought up right here while talking about Sweeney Todd.
Because if you can take I got this idea, and I got this idea, and I got it. Now I'm going to build a score. You don't have to invent very much, do you? You take this one and you turn it upside down, and it's a new tune. You take this one, you take the harmonies and say, instead of major, let's make it minor. And suddenly it's a new song. You take this one, and everybody says, oh, see how he held the score together.
And I thought it would be useful to take the Dies Irae, that tune, and use it as the basis of Sweeney's music, because he's a man who's in love with death, in a way.
And even if you can't hear all these super subtle references to this ancient chant of death, you can still get a sense for it. Even if you don't know what the Dies Irae is, let alone that it's the musical representation of death, you've still probably been exposed to it over the years and in ways that would draw some kind of subconscious association. Even if you don't realize it, this music is probably having an effect on you. Take it from Sondheim himself.
And it gave me a start and gave me an atmosphere, because I've always found the Dies Irae both moving and upsetting at the same time. It scares me and it moves me. And that's what Christopher Bond's play did.
So, in the process of creating this extraordinarily detailed score, yeah, if you look close enough, you might be able to figure out the story before it happens. But at the same time, this whole structure unlocks an unparalleled potential for musical storytelling. And the Dies Irae permeating the fabric of the story is a great example. You can really feel how Sweeney is just faced with death at every turn. It's almost like he has no escape. But that's not all we get here. Check it out. So Sweeney's figured out how to get the judge to show up, but he's impatient. He wants to kill the judge now, but Mrs. Lovett ends up calming him down with, wait.
Watch it close, let it brew white. I've been thinking
But wait, listen right there.
white.
That's Sweeney's madness leitmotif in Celeste. Normally we hear that motif in these frantic strings. But nope, right here we get it in the Celeste, which, for those of you who aren't in the know, that's the Sugar Plum Fairy instrument. It's about as unthreatening as you can get. But that madness motif, which while we're here feels like some kind of mutant permutation of that Dies Irae, it has that stepwise motion and all those similar shapes, but that madness sound haunts the background of this scene. So we basically get Mrs. Lovett singing a quasi-lullaby to keep Sweeney calm, and although it's stopping him from immediately going on a rampage, we can hear that it's doing nothing to quell the madness brewing in the background. We can hear the same whispers of death that he can, and we know that he's still dealing with this festering obsession with killing. He's just a little calmer in the moment. And now, take a listen to Pretty Women.
Stay forever,
Breathing lightly.
pretty women.
Right off the bat, you can see how these musical structures that the judge is singing are, of course, also inspired by the Dies Irae. It's just this part upside down. Which makes sense, the judge dies in the end. But Sweeney was the one that started this Pretty Women line.
Pretty women, fascinating.
Sweeney is revealing his intentions in the music, all while trying to keep the judge none the wiser, and the judge plays along with no idea of what Sweeney's up to. But before all this happens, we have this incredibly tense moment where it looks like Sweeney's gonna kill the judge, but doesn't. And why is it so tense? It's because we're hearing My Friends again.
Now then, my friend, now to your purpose.
The song he sung when he first discovered his razors and committed himself to killing the judge. A song which, let me remind you, is based completely on the Dies Irae. We already know what he's expecting to do with the razors, and by this point in the show, we've already seen him kill someone, so there's really nothing stopping him from getting the job done. And hearing the music from the solo where he's saying his lethal intent to his murder weapons is what makes this moment so brutally suspenseful. But all of that is nothing compared to Epiphany. Now, there are a bunch of other people who have broken this tune down. It's really the Let It Go or Defying Gravity of Sweeney Todd. So if you want a more detailed breakdown, I've left links to Musicals with Cheese and Kevin Lynch's videos down below. And there's even a clip out there of Sondheim himself dismantling what went into this tune, and hopefully I can give this a fresh perspective. But it's just such a great example of paying off on all this amazing musical infrastructure that Sondheim built up throughout the show. But this tune is the one that everyone remembers. It's when Sweeney decides to kill everyone, everywhere, all the time. And it begins right after Anthony interrupts Sweeney and the judge gets away. Sweeney's furious and he feels like he's never going to see his daughter again and breaks into this number. And we get some of Sweeney's madness motif. He's about to snap. It's been building for the whole show and this is the last straw.
You're shouting and running about. What's happened?
Mrs. Lovett interjects with some weight. She's trying to calm Sweeney down the way she did before.
Now, hush, love, hush. I'll keep
But instead of that calming Celeste, the madness motif comes back in those panicked strings. She wasn't able to get to him, and we can see that Sweeney is completely unhinged. We go back to There's No Place Like London, reminding us all why Sweeney came back in the first place.
There's a hole in the world like a great black pit, and it's filled with people who are filled with shit, and the vermin of the world inhabit it.
And right before we hear the line, "They all deserve to die," listen to what we get in the bass. It's kind of hard to pick up. But yeah, you guessed it. It's the Dies Irae again. But it's not just the Dies Irae. It's arguably the most complete instance of the Dies Irae we hear in the entire show. Not only that, but in this case, the Dies Irae is literally acting as a driving force. It's keeping the momentum, pushing the music forward. It's acting like the foundation for everything Sweeney is going through. At this point, killing people and death is the only thing motivating Sweeney. We aren't hearing the Dies Irae like hidden whispers coded in other people's music. We aren't hearing it in the background on the streets following Sweeney Todd around. Now it's clear and fundamental. We all know what his intentions are. Beyond that, this is also just a really great number and exposes how this is a really great adaptation by Burton. On stage, this is supposed to be another fourth wall break where Sweeney starts threatening members of the audience. And
Yeah, it's amazing.
Frozen in Time London is a really great interpretation of that. But aside from that, we can hear Sweeney rapidly switching between musical ideas, demonstrating how he's completely unfocused and descending into madness. 1 second it's complete psychotic rage, and the next he's singing about Joanna. But that melody he switches to, this one right here, it's actually halfway in between Alms, which represents the beggar woman, Lucy, his still living wife, and Joanna's greenfinch and linnet bird. It's a really powerful moment where we can see, hear, and feel that Sweeney is thinking about everything he thinks he's lost, and that the only thing left for him is to answer all the calls of the Dies Irae we've been hearing throughout the show and just kill everyone. That frantic swapping between musical motifs while still singing about killing people demonstrates the internal torment he's going through. He's torn, he's completely losing it. It's an epiphany that everyone deserves to die. All of those hidden statements of the Dies Irae bubble to the surface. He's completely overwhelmed by what happened to him, and he breaks. And none of these incredible moments of musical storytelling could have happened without this intensely detailed musical structure. We wouldn't be able to read his mind when Lovett's trying to calm him down. This scene wouldn't be nearly as tense without understanding all the different versions of death waiting for the judge, along with the specific Dies Irae-derived leitmotif for Sweeney's razors. And we wouldn't have the same visceral reaction to Sweeney finally snapping and committing to killing everyone. So, does the music spoil Sweeney Todd? Sure, maybe, if you really want to look at it like that. But you have to break through that surface and see what's really going on underneath and understand that deeper story being told by the music. Sure, if you aren't paying super close attention, then yeah, maybe it just sets the tone really, really well. But as soon as you look a little closer, you find a labyrinth of beautiful musical structures waiting to expose the deeper understanding of Sweeney Todd. You know, it's kind of like a pie. On the surface, it might not look all that different from the rest, but as soon as you break it open, you might be surprised by what you find. Happy Halloween. Thanks for watching. I'd like to thank all my patrons for making these videos possible.
Congrats on that.
Thank you to Alec Kulikowski.
You just need, I think, am I correct that you need 3 people for a certain amount of time being in stream? Or is it 4 people now? Well, I'll try and haunt the streams when I'm not working. Or leave it up. And just have my character, person lurk even if I am working. Didn't realize there was, 1/9 of a person existing. I know it's an average, I'm just making a bad joke. I'm just making a horribly bad joke. After all, we just watched some dark material with Sweeney Todd. Come on. Let's talk about, you know... let's see which one. Okay. And we'll go ahead and turn back. Did not mean to erase that. My doctor is gonna be disappointed in me in the morning. Oh gosh, it's 4. I'll just stick with the purple since I already have purple rather than switch over to... Bum, 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 bum. Gonna stare at this for a while. Welcome back, Token. I've been streaming for 5 hours and 31 minutes. Let me find something else to listen to. You up for musicals that may or may not get me muted on Twitch? Or you have no opinion on that, Token? Oh, it won't be a copyright strike. They'll just mute it. Cats, come on!
Her name is Jenny Any Dots. Her coat is of the tabby kind with tiger stripes.
You know, the proper way of singing these musicals, not like the
She sits beneath
movie.
the stair, or on the steps, or on the mat. She sits and sits and sits and sits, and that's what makes her Gumby cat. That's what makes a Gumby cat.
Show off. When the day's hustle and bustle is done, there the next work is but hardly begun. Dead and sleep, that's over, sir, to the basements I creep. Even concerned with the ways of the mice.
Their behavior's not good and their manners not nice. So when she has got them lined up on the matting, she teaches them music, crocheting, and tatting.
Gumby cats in mind.
Her name is Jenny Any Dots. The curtain cord she likes to wind and tie it into sailor knots. She sits upon the windowsill or anything that's smooth and flat. She sits and sits and sits and sits, and that's what makes a Gumby cat. That's what makes a
Gumby cat. When the day's hustle and bustle is done,
Then the Gumby cat's work is but hardly begun. She thinks that the cockroaches just need employment. cockroaches fall from the glut of disorderly louts. A troop of well-disciplined, helpful Boy Scouts with a purpose in life and a good deed to do. And she's even created a Beatles tattoo.
By the way, do you know what Gumby Cat's character is kind of based on? It's based on Margaret Thatcher. The fact that she's dead set on, you know, dead set on getting the cockroaches gainful employment.
Thank you, my dears.
Meow. Meow. He's a curious cat.
If you offer me a pheasant, I'd rather have grouse. If you put me in a house, I would much prefer a flat. If you put me in a flat, then I'd rather have a house. If you set me on a mouse, then I only want a rat. If you set me on a rat, then I'd rather chase a mouse.
Curious cat.
And there isn't any call for me to shout it. For he will do as he do. And there's no doing anything about. Ooh, I how'd it. The rum-tum tugger is a terrible bore. Oh, when you let me in, then I wanna go out. I'm always on the wrong side of every door. And as soon as I get home, then I like to get about. I like to lie in a bureau drawer, but I make such a fuss if I can't get out. The rum-tum tugger is a curious cat, and there isn't any use for you to doubt it. For he will do as he do. And there's no doing anything about. Ooh, wow, ooh, wow, it.
The rum-tum tugger is a curious beast.
My disobliging ways are a matter of habit. Now, if you offer me fish, then I always want a feast. And if there isn't any fish, then I won't eat a rabbit. If you offer me cream, then I sniff and sniff.
Yeah.
Like what I find
Fine.
for
Myself.
No. So you catch me and right up to my ears and you put it away on a lot of shit. The rum-tum tugger is awful annoying. The rum-tum tugger doesn't care for a cuddle. So I leap on your lap in the middle of your zone, 'cause there's nothing I enjoy like a horrible mother.
On a side note, I saw this off Broadway. It came to our Civic Center, and as awesome as it was to watch, especially with the dancing and stuff, the acoustics like didn't favor it, and not only that, the mics were horrible. So the songs, and it wasn't the actor's fault on that.
to spout it.
For he will do as he did do.
But these are all based on poems from one of my favorite poets, T.S. Eliot. Nothing sexual about this.
About it.
It was very pleasant when they found their little den with the name written up on the door. And the bed was very neat with a newly folded sheet. And
That's for Christopher Jones. Jones is not skin and bones. He's remarkably fat.
He doesn't hunt
pups.
He has 8 or 9
cups.
For he's the St. James's Street cat. He's the cat we all greet as he walks down the street in his coat of fastidious black. No commonplace mousers have such well-cut trousers or such an impeccable back. In the whole of St. James is the smartest of names, is the name of this brother of cats.
So,
We're all of us proud.
by the way, with T.S. Eliot's poetry, my favorite is The Wastelands, which is a very long poem that actually has set part sections to it. I mean, it's not Odyssey levels of long, but I mean, it's long.
My visits are occasional to the senior educational, and it is against the rules for anyone cat to belong both to that and the joint superior schools. For a similar reason, when game is in season, I'm found not at foxes, but blimps. I am frequently seen at the gay stage and screen, which is famous for winkles and shrimps. In the season of venison, I give my Benson to the pot unto succulent bones. And just before noon's not a moment too soon to drop in for a drink at the Drones. When I'm seen in a hurry, there's probably curry at the Siamese or at the Glutton. If I look full of gloom, then I've lunched at the Tomb on cabbage, rice pudding, and a mutton.
Oops, not that close. Oh, I remember what else I was going to show you. How long of work do you still have left?
Much in this way passes Mustafa's day at one club or another he's found. It can be no surprise that under our eyes he has grown unmistakably round.
Hour and a half.
He's a 25-pounder,
Or I am a bounder,
and he's putting on weight every day.
but I'm so well preserved because I've observed all my life a routine, and I'd say I am still in my prime. I shall last out my time.
That's the word from the stoutest of cats. It must and it shall be sprayed in our mouth.
As soon as this song's done, I'm gonna go ahead and pull it up. Well, let me find it by
Have you ever seen a movie that
yeah, we'll listen to that later, but this is about this is from, I'm gonna say her name wrong, Shiran Zhe Zhao Zhao? Um and it's about the Mulan arguments. And she's actually Chinese.
Have you ever seen a movie that pissed you off so badly you make a whole YouTube channel just to roast it? That's me with Mulan 2020.
Literally.
Mulan brought me here. And now here are the things that must be said. First of all, if you didn't know, the majority of the production staff on this movie are white. A white director, a white costume designer, and 4 white screenwriters. And yes, it shows. It's filled with like European fantasy stuff like witches, dark magic, and duels to the death, and interpreted traditional Chinese concepts in a way that only showed a surface level understanding. So the story starts off with Mulan's dad Hua Zhou telling Mulan's story to their ancestors. I mean, okay. You can already feel that they fully intend on making this movie seem Asian by throwing a bunch of words around like ancestors, honor, family. And anyway, Mulan is introduced as a girl who already enjoys training to fight. This is an immediate departure from the ballad Disney claims to be trying to adapt, because in the ballad, Mulan starts off sighing at a weaving loom. She was a very typical woman of her time, but it's her determination to save her father that drives her to transcend her abilities and become a great warrior. In this movie, with Mulan starting off as brave and powerful, it doesn't leave much room for character development, and she doesn't end up getting any. And at this point in the movie, her dad is all, if you had a daughter whose chi was this powerful, could you tell her that only a son could wield chi? This was the part that really gave me pause. And it's like 1 minute into the movie. What is chi? It's life energy. It flows through everyone, not just boys. It's the basis of acupuncture. In traditional Chinese medicine, it flows through the human body in a network of meridians. Acupuncture is when you stick needles in those meridians to manipulate someone's qi flow. Yes, qi is a common buzzword in wuxia stories, or what white people call martial art movies, which are based in the Taoist belief that you can gain supernatural abilities by using qi, but you do it by cultivating that qi. That's a word this movie could have used to make it feel more right, but it didn't. Then the camera pans to where Mulan lives, a distinctly southern Chinese Tulo. Why is this a problem? Mulan is an iconic northern Chinese tale. She lived in an era called the Northern and Southern Dynasties, which meant China was split in 2 back then. The emperor of a northern dynasty would not go to the southern dynasty to conscript troops. This is an example of Disney getting facts wrong solely for the pretty aesthetic. Because Tulo are pretty and they look very exotic, I guess. In the Tulo, little Mulan chases a chicken onto a roof and falls, but does a bunch of sweet maneuvers and lands on her feet, to the astonishment of everyone. Again, she's established as having an impressive ability right in childhood. Her mom becomes worried that because of these abilities, Mulan won't find a husband because people will call her a witch. That's just like not how women are demonized in Chinese culture. Like, more likely she'd be called an evil spirit, especially a fox spirit, Hulijing, or some kind of demon.
Fox
The dad
spirit!
then comes outside and tells Mulan that they have a statue of a phoenix in front of their ancestral shrine because it's the emissary of their ancestors. Personally, I haven't heard of anyone whose family has, like, an emissary for their ancestors. What ancestors do in Chinese culture is send you dreams. This is called 托梦, and they ask you to do, like, just weird shit. Mulan's like, oh no, then it's super bad that I broke her during my chicken chasing. And the dad is like, nah, phoenixes rise from the ashes. This isn't a huge problem because Eastern phoenixes and Western phoenixes have gotten so muddled and confused with each other that even like native Chinese people don't, like, they mix it up too. But I have to point out that traditionally Chinese phoenixes don't do the whole rise from ashes thing. They're just there to look beautiful and graceful and to be a good omen to the empire when they're seen. Her dad goes all, your chi is strong, Mulan, but chi is for warriors, not daughters. Once again, completely misunderstanding what chi is. Chi is not the force. It's not this mystical oriental force. It's basically another physiological thing, like blood. Would you say blood is for warriors, not daughters? No, you wouldn't. Her dad also tells Mulan it's time to hide her gift away. So they gave Mulan a superpower. They made her Asian Elsa. In my opinion, that immediately takes away a huge part of what makes Mulan such a great character, because Mulan is not a character who was born great. She works for that, and that's a very, like, Eastern story thing. The protagonists of Eastern stories, they work hard for their abilities. Then the title card appears, and the camera goes to the Silk Road in northwest China. A Silk Road trader comes across the witch played by famous Chinese actress Gong Li. She can step on. Now, the witch is actually a character that gave me pause way back when the trailer dropped, because China doesn't have witches. Witch is such a charged word and evokes such a specific idea that it's confusing when you use it in a Chinese context, because the specific idea doesn't exist in Chinese culture. Yet this movie went with the common Western ideal of witch, a woman who can do magic and is ostracized by society because of it. Now, there are women in ancient China who can do magic, like shamanesses, soothsayers, but those women are respected and generally hold high positions in the court. And there are women who are criminalized for using magic, such as like a court lady using a voodoo doll against one of her rival concubines. It happens all the time. But their crime is trying to harm someone, not doing magic in general. There's no persecution that happens specifically because you are a woman and you're using magic. Honestly, there's an easy fix to the witch's entire character. Don't make her human, make her a bird spirit instead. A big thing in Chinese myth is the spirit of animals or even inanimate objects cultivating their way into taking human form. That she would be persecuted for because, like, she's not human. One fix and her character would have made so much more sense. She even has the existing abilities of a spirit. Possession, shape-shifting, she's got it. This is why Disney should have just hired a Chinese screenwriter, because they could have just changed some words in their script and not look like utter clowns. Anyway, movie. The possessed trader goes to what looks like a Western Chinese garrison city. I'll give credit where credit is due. They got the general look right. Most cities in ancient China were walled, and you had to go through a guarded gate like that to get in. And then the Rorans arrive. This is where they try to be more accurate to the original ballad than the cartoon. In the cartoon, they used Huns, inaccurate and racist. Rorans are indeed the correct group of nomadic people that Mulan would have fought. But, fun fact, Mulan is most likely from the Northern Wei dynasty, which is established by another nomadic people, the Xianbei. The ballad even refers to her emperor as the Great Khan. Anyway, the soldiers at the gate shoot an arrow at the Roran leader. He catches it with his bare hand, then shoots it back at the city, which is a signal for the witch to reveal her true form. Now, it's unclear if she possessed the Silk Road trader or, like, took on his appearance. Very unclear. But she takes down some soldiers from the inside, and then the rest of the Rorans scurry straight up the wall. Now, I've seen some complaints about this part. It doesn't deserve it. Scaling walls is a common trope in wuxia media. At this point, I've accepted that the movie is not historical fiction like originally promised. It's historical fantasy, which is fine. I don't mind supernatural elements in a retelling. Happens all the time in great Chinese literature. Half of great Chinese literature is just fantasy fanfiction of historical events. My problem is that many of the supernatural elements in this did not feel Chinese. Anyway, the Rorans take the city, and then the witch takes possession of a soldier to sneak into the imperial city, which is clearly modeled after Chang'an, or Xi'an as it's now called, the ancient capital of China. You can tell by the Great Wild Goose Pagoda lookalikes in the background, that's a 1,000-year-old building that you can still visit in Xi'an. This shot is accurate. What's not accurate is what's happening in the city. This shot. This is the main stairs of the palace. I even know exactly where it's shot. The Palace of the King of Qing in Hendian. China loves its period dramas so much, and they made a whole city that's like a replica of an ancient Chinese city just to shoot dramas in. In ancient China, these fancy court ladies wouldn't just be hanging out with officials on these stairs. This is a solemn place, especially when there's like an imperial meeting going on right behind them in the Great Hall, that building above the stairs. In the meeting, the chancellor reports that the Roans have taken 6 northern garrisons in a coordinated attack and everyone was slaughtered, except for that one soldier. Before the chancellor and the emperor finished their discussion, the soldier cuts them off to say his report, which felt iffy to me because a normal soldier would never do that. They would never cut an emperor off. It would have felt more natural for the emperor to ask him to speak. The soldier, which was actually the witch in disguise, reports that the Rohan or their leader Bori Khan fights alongside a woman whose chi is beyond imagining. Again, this is like saying her blood is beyond imagining. What would feel more natural here is to talk about the way she uses her chi, not her chi itself. Her abilities are beyond imagining. There, 2 words. And it would have even made more sense to a non-Chinese audience. Then the emperor is like, there is no place for witches in this kingdom, and also that they are not afraid of dark magic and will destroy this Rohan army and their witch. It's so something straight out of a European fantasy. But it leads to the emperor issuing that infamous decree that demands 1 man out of every family to join the army. By the way, the emperor is played by Jet Li. Did you recognize him? I didn't for like the whole movie. Jet Li, what happened to you? Why did Disney make you ugly, or did you just get ugly? Oh my god. So it cuts to the streets of the capital where the soldier shifts into the witch, then shifts into a bird. So it is shape-shifting then? I don't know, not possession? It's so unclear. So she flies all the way to the Roran camp, which is clearly inspired by Mongolian yurts. She tells the, for some reason, half-naked Bori Khan about the army being assembled, and he's like, you have proven useful, witch. This pisses her off. And she's like, not witch, warrior. And declares that she could tear him to pieces before she blinks. This line is important. This line is important, and yet the script forgets about it, and leads to the most infuriating scene of the entire movie. You'll see. Bori Khan says that she wouldn't hurt him because what she really wants is to be accepted and belong somewhere where her powers wouldn't be vilified. Turns out she was exiled to the desert for being a witch. Alright, I guess. But his logic is that once they take over China, then she can make sure she's accepted. Okay. So why can't she use her incredible power to take the throne for herself? And don't tell me a woman can't be emperor. Wu Zetian did it. She'd be laughing at you from Chinese hell. After this conversation, it cuts to grown-up Mulan. Yay. Played by Chinese-American police brutality supporter Liu Yifei. Yay. While she's riding a horse, she spots 2 rabbits running beside her. She goes home and tells her family about this, theorizing that one rabbit was male and the other was female. But you can't really tell when they're running that fast. This is a reference to the final lines of the Ballad of Mulan, which talks about how male and female rabbits can be identified by their facial features, but when they're running side by side, you can't tell anymore. So, Mulan forcefully gendering the rabbits anyway defeats the entire point of the line and makes for a very clumsy reference. If they wanted to do it right, they should have had her meet the rabbits while they're grazing on the ground and be like, oh, you're a boy and you're a girl. And then they all run off and she realizes she can't tell anymore. That's the point of the line. Mulan's mom cuts her very exciting story off to tell her that the matchmaker has found her an auspicious match. Honestly, this is the only part of the script that feels Chinese. It's very your Asian mom trying to introduce you to some son of her coworker. It's very that. It's got that energy. Mulan begrudgingly accepts, and then it cuts to a very YouTube DIY montage sequence of her getting a makeover with an instrumental of Bring Honor to Us All playing. Now, the makeup elements that get put on her are historically accurate. I have some infographics of them on my Instagram. I'll link them below. But it doesn't change that they interpreted these elements in like the ugliest possible way. There are ways to do this makeup style that wouldn't make someone look like a clown. I know they did this for comedic effect, but it doesn't sit right with me that they chose to exaggerate traditional Chinese makeup to a super ugly degree for a cheap joke. A joke that's not even funny. There are like no moments in this movie that make you laugh. And then the matchmaker does this whole sequence that's clearly only in this movie for trailer purposes. Like, oh, elegant, refined. These are the qualities we see in Mulan. The change from the cartoon sequence is that here, it's actually Mulan's sister that ruins it, because she gets freaked out by a spider. Mulan does some Spider-Man 1 cafeteria scene maneuvers to catch the falling tea set, but her hair unravels and she falls anyway, and the tea set is shattered. And for some reason, she is blamed for this fiasco instead of her sister. Okay. Also in the background of this shot, oh my god. So red couplets are something put beside doors in Chinese culture to celebrate the New Year's, but they have specific rules. And this couplet does not meet those rules. The lines are even from literature written several centuries after this era. It basically says, may all lovers in the world become great couples in the end, and may all couples in the world all be earnest lovers. In Chinese, these lines do not make a good couplet. So the Hua family is walking through the Tulo in shame when, suddenly, the imperial messenger shows up and announces the conscription. Then comes a sequence of everyone knowing the dad is too old and frail to fight, but the dad is too stubborn to give up. So Mulan sneaks off into the night with his armor and sword. A sword that has, I shit you not, the FBI motto on it. I just don't believe that it's a coincidence when it's the same three things in the exact sequence. Loyal, brave, and true versus fidelity, bravery, and integrity. They're literally synonyms of each other. Also, a Chinese person wouldn't just have 3 random characters on their sword. That is some white person tattoo nonsense. It would be the sword owner's name, or at least a full phrase that made sense. Like, devotion to my country, 精忠报国. And by the way, there is no emotional impact to this decision scene. She just leaves, and then her family discovers this in the morning, and they're immediately like, okay, we have to keep quiet about this or she's dead, and we're all dead. That's it. That's it. Oh, and there's no haircut scene, and if you're wondering why that is, it's because the original in the cartoon was historically inaccurate. Men kept their hair as long as women back then, because in Confucian beliefs, your body is a gift from your parents, and you have no right to damage any part of it. Like, people back then even kept all their nails in a box, if they cut them. And beards technically couldn't be shaved too, so all those clean-shaven pretty boys you see in C-dramas, not accurate. Mulan rides across some vast landscapes with apparently only a supply of apples, which did not exist in China back in the Northern Wei dynasty, but this is a minor complaint. She ends up in a canyon where she sees a phoenix flying by. People have complained about this phoenix not being the right color or something. It's like hot pink. Whatever. Honestly, this is like not even remotely an important issue that needs to be addressed. I don't care about the phoenix. Whatever. It's whatever for me. I think it leads her to the training camp because she mentioned being lost before. In the camp, Cricket is a human character now. His mother says he was born under an auspicious moon. I have never heard a Chinese mother say that. Some commotion happens and it causes Mulan to be knocked over by a hot guy who teases her. And in her attempt to channel toxic masculinity, she draws her sword on him. He draws his sword too, but then their fight is interrupted by Donnie Yen. At night, Mulan finds that she now has to deal with sharing a tent with dozens of half-naked men. But she gets around the bathing issue by, well, they call it showering in this for some reason, but she gets around that issue by volunteering for night guard duty. Then comes the training montage. It comes with no iconic song, and is therefore boring as hell to watch. Remember that scene in the cartoon where she figures out how to climb the pole using only the weights? Yeah, everybody remembers that scene, because it showed why she was cut out to be a great warrior, even so she may not have been as physically strong as the men. Here, there's no meaningful struggle. It doesn't show Mulan bonding with the others in an effective way, except there's a scene that's a piss-poor adaptation of the A Girl Worth Fighting For scene. And in this movie, it's just straight up uncomfortable because it's just a bunch of guys blandly objectifying women. Then comes a sparring scene where Mulan defeats her friend, acquaintance-ish person, Hong Hui, with her mystical superpowers. She berates herself Elsa style for showing her chi, which makes no sense because if she's disguising herself as a man, then showing her chi would not be a problem. Then everyone comes in to congratulate her for being badass, but also to tell her that she literally stinks because she hasn't taken a bath since she got here. So she goes to the lake to take a bath, but Hong Hui rudely tries to join her. He's clearly taking the place of Shang from the cartoon and has some romantic-ish tension with her. But, I think it's implied that he realizes she's a woman, but there's no real confirmation, and then there's no real bond between them either. There's just no emotion in this movie, oh my god. Then it cuts to a meeting between the 12 Roran tribes, whose members resent that they're relying on a witch. Which begs the question of, why the hell is she relying on them to find her place then? They don't even accept her. They make plans to destroy another garrison, then it cuts back to the training camp where Donnie Yen calls Mulan for a private meeting and says he thinks she's hiding something. But plot twist, that something is her powerful chi. He's like, why are you hiding it? And she's like, damn, I don't know, when I'm in boy mode now I can do whatever I want. So then there's another montage with a voiceover of Donnie Yen explaining chi in a way that feels slightly more accurate. Like, he admits that it flows in everyone, but it still has some weird wording that could be easily fixed. Like, he says, only the most true will connect deeply to his chi. First of all, it would be better phrased as can cultivate their chi. And second, so you have to be honest to yourself to cultivate your chi? I've never heard that. It's always hard work. It's hard work that matters when you're cultivating chi. During the montage, another commander teaches them about how a great warrior can turn disadvantage to advantage and how 4 ounces can move 1,000 pounds, which is a popular martial arts saying in China, but it just sounds so weird translated into English because it's translated very literally, and the original in Chinese is like, it sounds like more poetic than this. God. So because the Rorans keep taking more garrisons, the training class gets deployed ahead of schedule. They come across the remains of a battlefield, and it's so disappointing because it completely lacks the emotional impact of the scene in the cartoon. That cartoon transition from that silly, like, a girl worth fighting for scene to the harrowing, massacred village, that's one of the, like, best cinematic transitions ever, just because it was such a great moment that showcased how, like, there truly were just boys who had no idea about the horrors of war, and then suddenly they're forced to confront it. In this movie, I felt nothing. Nothing upon seeing all those dead bodies. This is on par with when I went to see The Lion King live action in theaters, and then I felt nothing seeing Mufasa die. This is very bad. Spoilers, sorry. Then comes a clash between the army and the Rorans. It looks so pathetic. Like, the most people they could get was like 4 random buses of people. This cost $200 million, and yet I've seen C-dramas with a fraction of that budget stretched across like 70 episodes, and they have better war scenes than this movie. Borikhan retreats immediately after getting showered with arrows, and then the commander orders the left flank to charge. And the left flank is apparently, I counted, 10 people. They made 10 people go chase Borikhan, the leader of this tribe that they're struggling to fight. 9 of these 10 people obviously get decimated, and the 10th is Mulan, who can't die because she's the protagonist. She decides to keep pursuing them anyway and ends up running into the enemy witch, who's all, you're lying to yourself, and it's poisoning your chi. I've said enough about chi, let's move on. So Mulan passes out for a bit while the main battle rages on, and then she wakes up, stares at the FBI model on her sword, and she decides to shed her father's armor, the thing that's protecting all of her vital organs from harm, and she loosens her long hair so it's free to whip all in her face while she's trying to fight. It makes absolutely no logical sense. They could have just shown her taking off her binder under her armor. She didn't need to let go of her father's probably very precious and expensive armor. There are better ways to do this reveal. If only there was a good template to reference. If only. So she comes back to the battle in her very impractical getup, starts doing backflips on her horse, which freaks the Rorans out. I'd be freaked out too. And they run from her because she's a witch. Their own witch turns into several swarms of birds to drive the Imperial soldiers into huddling under their shields. And then the Rorans destroy whole huddles using stone-throwing machines. Some people have said that nomads shouldn't have machines like this. I don't care. I'm not a war nerd. I'm not getting into this. I got more shit to dissect. But Mulan gets the genius plan of triggering an avalanche to bury the Rorans. She picks up several helmets and makes it seem like some Imperial soldiers have crept up behind the Rorans, so they send a flaming boulder at the snowy ridge. Somehow, she outruns this avalanche, while the Rorans and what appears to be a considerable amount of her own comrades don't. How fast is her horse? After the battle ends, Mulan walks up to her comrades like, sorry, I'm a girl, feel free to execute me if you want for this horrible betrayal. Man, that's so empowering. She gets expelled according to army laws instead. While she goes off to cry on some barren mountains about this, the enemy witch appears before her and tries to convince her to join her because she relates to Mulan's struggle. The witch straight up tells her how Bori Khan retreating was a fake out and his forces are actually heading to the capital. Mulan's like, I know my place. Actual line, it is my duty to fight for the kingdom and protect the emperor. Man, so empowering. There are rumors that the Chinese government tampered with this script, and you know what? I can see it. I can see it. Mulan immediately heads back to the military base and tells the army about Bori Khan's plans. Donnie Yen is like, no, I won't listen to someone whose very existence is a lie. Then Hong Hui, the love interest kind of dude, is like, you would believe Hua Jun. Why would you not believe Hua Mulan? And then everyone else joins in like, I believe Hua Mulan. I believe Hua Mulan. I believe Hua Mulan. And so Donnie Yen, who was ready to execute her 10 seconds ago, is all right, you will lead us to the Imperial City. Meanwhile, in the Imperial City, a squad of about a dozen Roran in very conspicuous ninja clothes sneak very conspicuously across the rooftops. The witch takes the body of the Chancellor and claims to the Emperor that Bori Khan wants to duel him at the construction site of a new palace. The Emperor accepts. First of all, a duel between heads of state. Not a thing in China. Not a thing. Secondly, the writers have clearly never seen a sea drama because if they have, they know that a Chinese emperor can't even breathe differently without a whole gaggle of Confucian scholars being like, no, your majesty, think thrice, don't do this. So then the witch, disguised as the chancellor, gives fake orders to assemble literally every guard in the city to a single courtyard. Somehow, nobody dares to seriously question this order or refuse it. They basically just wave it away as, oh, you gonna question the emperor? No. It's so much that when Mulan and her battalion arrives, they waltz straight into the capital and they don't see a single person in view. When they get to the courtyard, it turns out that every guard in the city comes down to 150-ish people. Do the writers have any idea how big cities in ancient China were? Especially the capital? They have no excuse because they did film in China, so there are so many extras available if they wanted to fill that city and give it a more realistic sense of scale. Of course, the minute Mulan's battalion arrives, the Rorans close off the courtyard and attack the soldiers that assembled for some reason. Meanwhile, the dumbass emperor actually rides to the new palace construction site like the dumbass he is, and within half a second, archers take out the few personal guards he took with them, and he starts doing bedsheet kung fu to fight back. When Bori Khan shows himself, the emperor is all, how did you convince my chancellor to betray me? Never mind that, he was the one who willingly agreed to this dumb-ass duel request. So, the good Disney villain that he is, Bori Khan captures the Emperor using an overly complicated maneuver involving arrows and rope that gather into a net. Meanwhile, Mulan's comrades slow down the Roran in the city so she can rush to find the Emperor. In the throne room, though, she finds the witch instead, who looks so right sitting on that throne. You know, I would have forgiven, all of this movie's sins if they had dared to make the witch, take the throne as a symbol, as an ultimate symbol of toppling the patriarchy. She has the power to kill both the Emperor and Bori Khan before they even blink, as she says. But no, we can't have nice things. Mulan tells the witch to join her on the noble path because apparently everything will magically turn out okay if you just out yourself to your oppressors. The witch is like, no, it's too late for me, and turns into her bird form to fly out. Mulan chases her across the capital's rooftops. Here they didn't even bother showing a few shots of civilians looking up at her, so it just feels like the capital is empty and there are 12 people in it. Back at the construction site, Bori Khan lights up a bunch of furnaces with the intention of burning the emperor alive. Instead of just killing him for some reason. He has to delay it till Mulan makes it there. Oh my god, he's such a devoted villain. In the middle of his villain speech, the witch shows up and is all, the attack is meeting a fierce resistance. From a woman leads the army. A woman from a small village. Mulan arrives then and Bori Khan shoots an arrow at her. Now, in the single most baffling moment of the movie, Instead of obliterating Bori Khan before he can blink, like she said she could, the witch dives down and takes the arrow in Mulan's place. And then she dies. All that power, and she just dies of self-sacrifice.
Off to work? Or you've already been working for a bit?
This is not empowering. A woman sacrificing herself is like the least empowering thing you can make a female character do. I find it like outright offensive. And apparently, Bori Khan only has this one arrow because Mulan heads into the construction site no problem. She and Bori Khan have a fight in the rafters that I don't care about because you know what? I am still mad at the witch dying like that. At one point, Mulan loses her FBI sword to the furnaces, and the Emperor tells her to rise up like a phoenix to fight for the kingdom and its people. The actual phoenix appears behind Mulan, and she knocks Bori Khan to the bottom of the construction site and frees the Emperor. Bori Khan's not
Small
dead.
break? Okay.
He shoots an arrow at them, which the Emperor catches with his bare hand. And then Bori Khan makes the most memeable face in the entire movie. Oh my god, it's so good. And then the Emperor throws the arrow in the air, and Mulan kicks it into Bori Khan, killing him. I don't understand this movie's obsession with Mulan kicking things. Especially arrows. Why? Then it cuts to the battle in the city. All of Mulan's comrades have conveniently survived. So, all the villains die and all the heroes survive. Great. Excellent. And then it cuts to the Imperial City celebrating the victory. Mulan is, for some reason, presented in the court in the presence of both the officials and the court ladies in the open, which would never happen. The cartoon Mulan's voice actress, Wen Mingna, she makes a cameo, and I feel so bad because they put her in such an ugly, cheap-looking dress. The Emperor offers Mulan a position in his Imperial Guard, but Mulan chooses to go home instead, which is how the ballad ended, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. As Mulan leaves the Imperial City, the pseudo-love interest dude has a moment with her, but they don't kiss or anything, which, thank God. She goes home. It's supposed to be emotional, but it's not emotional because the movie did a terrible job of building up her bond with her family. Her battalion shows up hot on her heels, which, how does she not see them behind her? Like 5 seconds behind her. And they present her with a new FBI sword. Yay. Oh, but this one, instead of the 3 FBI virtues, it has a 4th virtue. Xiao, filial piety, or devotion to family, as this movie translates it. Great. Thankfully, the movie ends on the battalion asking her to reconsider the Emperor's offer. And she smiles in a suggestion that, like, she's gonna take it this time. But good. She doesn't have to give up her prestigious opportunities for her family. God. You can have both. So, I went into this movie expecting it to be bad just because, like, I was on Twitter and then people were like, oh my god, Mulan. So, like, I was expecting it to not be good. But still, it was, like, so much
Okay,
worse.
bye, doll.
Just because, like, even if you push aside all of the weird, inaccurate Chinese cultural details, it's just a terrible movie with no internal logic and no emotional moments whatsoever. No emotional moments, no funny moments, and like, nothing is earned, no character arc, just, So like, why is it a problem for white people to write a story that's like so deeply rooted in an underrepresented culture? Well, they put their weird Orientalist interpretations on things, and the story just doesn't end up feeling familiar to people of that actual culture. Which I find, yeah, this movie was just disrespectful. And you know what? Peak Hollywood is the costume designer. Apparently, Disney paid for her to travel around Europe in the museums with the looted Chinese artifacts, and then also, like, she traveled around China for several weeks to soak up the culture. And they could have just hired someone who grew up in that culture, who doesn't need to be like sent on trips. It's like they're trying to make things more difficult for themselves. So why does it matter that this movie isn't some like documentary of ancient China? Isn't it just a kids movie? Well, it is a kids movie that fails to do the job it promised to do, which is to make a faithful adaptation of the Ballad of Mulan. It's very clear that they just like threw a Western fantasy story onto a aesthetically Chinese world to go for that like sweet Chinese box office. Because honestly, like money is the only thing Disney cares about. It's very clear. So it's like they want the money of Chinese people, but they don't want to respect Chinese people. This movie doesn't tell a story that feels culturally Chinese. It doesn't bridge any gaps of understanding between cultures. It doesn't really make you interested in Chinese culture because like so many elements they presented were either oppressive or ugly. You know, some might argue that the cast was all Asian, so it's fine, but the actors usually don't have any input on the script. Actors are also contractually obligated to say nice things about the movie. I mean, it's great what this movie has done for Asian representation on the screen, but that doesn't mean that this movie should be immune from critique. It was a giant missed opportunity to do better. And Disney should do better. If it wants the money of Asian people, do better, Disney. Anyway, if you made it to the end of all of that, I bet you're bored just sitting at home in quarantine. And, you know, who am I to critique Disney? Well, I am an actual Chinese person who spent half my life in China, and I know quite a bit about Chinese history, and I'm a sci-fi and fantasy author. My debut novel, Iron Widow, comes out fall 2021 from Penguin Random House, and it's a Pacific Rim meets The Handmaid's Tale retelling of China's only female emperor, Wu Zetian. Add it on Goodreads if you're interested. I'll drop a link below. Bye.
What do you think of that? You still there, Token? Or did you fall asleep? Or the next question is, are you packing up? What time is it? Might have lost him. Oh well. Or do I still have myself on mute? I hope I don't. Let's do this one. Why am I even bothering to do so much on a part that's probably not going to be seen much? Move this up. Okay, it's 5. I will. Need to go to bed. I have a doctor's appointment at 11, so that's as much sleep as I'm gonna get. Anyways, let me turn this down a bit. Alright, y'all. This was Ishnai Ciarfox. I hope you have a good day or night, whenever it is, wherever it is you currently are. Thank you so much for joining me. And if you're watching this on YouTube, please like and subscribe, which I need to still update. I'm not tired, shush. Night token. Thank you. Yes, it's looking like God. Yay!